iRacing Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series.
Hammer down, it's hammer time.
This is going to be very, very tight.
Outside, but they touch.
Daneben setzen, geht der Flapper daneben, das macht dann. Vorne wird das Auto leicht. Kleines Kausel, doch mal reintauchen. Fährt der da den Diffusor ran? Dann springen die Autos wieder raus, schön zu sehen.
Here's the muscle from Munich. What a drive.
Silvest macht das Rennen.
Season finale time here in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series as we visit the Green Hell one last time to see who's going to become top dog. Around the categories, there is a lot of difference, a lot of tussling happening between some of our top contenders. Falcon and BS will continue right the way down to the wire in the SP9 category. It's myself, Liz McGlade, it's Peter Mackay, ready to take you through the Bilstein 3-hour, round 4 of 4 in this season. Peter, we've had some great fights this season. Just one more to seal the championship. I think we're in for a great fight in the SP9 category.
That we are, yeah. At the front of the field, it's more or less a straight fight between BS Competition and Falcon Sim Racing, two real heavyweights of this particular championship, especially BS Competition, who have been an ever-present threat at the front of the field over the years.
Absolutely. You can see here as to how this is going to work. Obviously, season finale time, it is still the same race format as to what we've had. We're currently in the qualifying sessions where we're separating the Porsche Cup, the SP10s and the M2s from the SP9s. We'll see the entirety of that SP9 qualifying session. That will be unfolding basically behind our backs, but we'll be seeing those final moments of that last bit and then the SP9s round and then a 3-hour race. Qualifying, though, is still very important around here.
It is, yeah, that's so true. If you're too far back in the order in qualifying, you often miss the bus, really. The first few cars often end up in a big pack and they make a breakaway. And if you lose that train, it's very, very hard to get it back. So you're absolutely right. Qualifying is so important. And there isn't much more special a treat than a wide open Nürburgring Nordschleife in front of you and having to absolutely nail it in every single corner of this wonderful 25-kilometre racetrack. There really is nothing else like it in motorsport.
No, to navigate a circuit and put together a time like what we see from the drivers that take to the field here, it is obviously it's impressive. Some of the you or I, and I'm sure a lot of the people watching can only really dream of putting together a lap that's that on the limit. We are talking about some of the best drivers that we have in sim race. We say it every time we come here, and DNLS, that they are unbelievably skilled pilots and you do have the specialists of the Nordschleife, obviously in real life. We have those in sim racing as well, and they basically all come out in this series, and it's excellent.
That's really true. This is a circuit like no other where you are going to get proper specialists. I always think, when you look at the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, drivers like Frank Stippler, who you don't really see race at the very top GT3 level around the world, but at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, he's one of the truly feared drivers because he knows the circuit so well. You look at also drivers like David Pittard, who's really made his name here at this circuit. It's where legends are born, and in the virtual world it's exactly the same. This is such a unique circuit. It's so much more of a challenge than anything else anywhere in the world of any permanent racetrack. It takes a lot of learning. In fact, do you ever really master this place? I don't think you do.
No, I've spoke to a few drivers that have enjoyed driving this circuit time and time again and are still fearful of the 24-hour race, because it's such a brutally different prospect, especially considering the different classes and different speeds. One of the main things here in DNS, if you've never joined us here in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. So first off, hello. Second off, obviously, like you have in the 24-hour, we have a multitude of different classes, 4 different classes here, all with very, very different speeds. The SP9s, they're racing around at such high speed, and when you look further down, obviously through the cup category, they're rapid in a straight line, of course, but outside of that, it's a very different kettle of fish once you get down to those M2s, which are effectively a souped up road car.
They are, yes, very, very close to the standard road going M2. It's a great little package, and the thing that I love about racing at the Nürburgring is that everybody has to earn their stripes. Even if you're Max Verstappen, you have to go and do a certain amount of races in a lower powered car. You cannot jump straight into the top level machinery. You have to serve your apprenticeship, and even in the digital world, it's lots of drivers will have started in lower powered cars to learn the circuit. Even if that was many, many years ago, there is no shortcut here at the Nürburgring in terms of learning.
No, absolutely not. And that's what makes it so fascinating, and that everyone's, like I say, a level playing field. We'll say a level playing field that Race Control have already had a few says on. Just taking a look at our Race Control sheet before I'll update you with the championship standings. They have sent out a few penalties already for various infringements, either through basically point system from the previous races or through issues with the regulations coming into this round. For example, the number 36 Energy Core racing car in the SP9, they have no real world driver. That's one of the stipulations of this series. You need to have real world driver in that top category. And they don't, so they'll be having a stop and hold 60-second penalty after the first couple of laps have unfolded. Team Nitro, the 927, they have breached the penalty point system, so they'll be getting a 30-second stop and hold. Also, there is a start from pit lane for, and I will take a deep breath here because I think it's 3 teams. It's the Next Level Racing Esports, it's Shedder Esports, the 19 and the 26, and there's also the SRC Commerce Esport 1 car, that is in the 177. That is a second offence for missing telemetry data. Basically, Race Control, before you even started going, they've already been adding to the sheet. It's these are always busy races for Race Control.
They are, and one of the things that I love about this championship is the fact that you have to have a real world driver in SP9. And last year's winner of the Nürburgring 24, Kelvin van der Linde, is going to be in the number 17 Ford. So that's really, really cool to see that link between digital and outdoor world.
Well, you can see here the starting grid for the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring Championship. Of course, we've got the EMM cars starting first and second. Important for those, the 905, which is starting for pole position, is the championship leader. 17 points clear. Basically has it all wrapped up, but needs to reach the checkered flag to fully secure it. Their closest rival in the 918 will start directly behind them, but of course they start alongside their teammates in the 914. It's Coanta's 918 in third position, and the Frozen Speed Grid and Go car, they sit third in the championship, fourth on the starting grid. Coanta's 917, Dur Esports with the Carlar and the Scherer Esports Cup. You'll notice that there is a green check in the bottom left of some numbers and an orange check in the others. That is Pro versus AM, and of course the AM pole and that lead and the AM lead will go the way of the Carlar Esports Cup. They currently sit just at the back end of the top 10 of the championship. All 3 races this season, though, have been won by the 905 that starts this one from pole position, and the fact that they'll be starting from pole does lead you to believe they will be the firm favourites to take yet another victory. And 15 points of the victory, point for pole position, point for fast lap. And, well, I mean, it looks as if they're going to be taking 16 points at least. Oh, let's see how 3 hours unfolds.
There's nothing guaranteed at the Nürburgring, that's for sure. But EMM, they have been a steamrolling force in the 992 category. It's been amazing for that Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. They've been so far ahead of the field, so consistent, which is very, very difficult to do here.
The final runners in the Porsche Cup category, Scherer Esports in the 906. We've got the Phototech by WMS car, the 915 there, starting from 10th position. GHD Motorsports, the Avia WNS East Motorsports, and the H&L 25 car, that'll be starting from 13th. Obviously, we do know that in this category, the 927 Team Nitro car, which we do believe will be taken to the circuit, they'll have a stop and hold 30 seconds. Don't see them on there, but I do believe they didn't qualify if they are indeed on the list. I don't actually see them in session, so they might not be taking to it. The only one that's missing from this would be the Smirlis racing car, Nicholas Last. I always pull the joke. Very sorry, but he'll be definitely following on his namesake and starting from the rear end of the category. Into the SP10s, and we can see here right at the front of the SP10 field, it will be SimRC, who, again, same as what we saw from EMM, have effectively dominated this category. They've won 2 of the races. They've finished second in the other one, and they'll be starting again from pole position. They have a 12-point lead, so it's not done. But the Williams F1 Team Gaming car might be able to chase them down 4 tenths of a second, separating them after 8.5 minutes of their qualifying lap. Lion GP will start from 3rd position alongside their teammate in the 166, with the Falcon Sim Racing car starting from 5th, of course, for Falcon Sim Racing. As much as they're 3rd in this championship, they're outside of the chance of this title race, but I'm sure for the team, they'll be more focused on what's happening in the SP9 category. They'll be starting alongside SRC Commerce Esports 1 car, but I did mention that is going to be one of the ones that will have to start from pit lane. That 177 car, the Eiffel Racing GTU car, that will start from 7th position, with the Nürburgring Esports 187 starting from 8th position. Those that are in the title race, this, like I've said, it's SimRC and Williams F1 Team Gaming. Advantage to SimRC. And Peter, you've got to say, you were suggesting before we came into this broadcast, effectively, they just have to park the bus. For the final 2 runners in the category being TSR Racing and the AC Oberhausen R&R car. And look, we love a bit of SP10, don't we?
We love it. Yes, yeah, you're right. SimRC do just need to park the bus because if they get it to the finish, very likely they're going to be champions. They want to get that sealed up as well. It's not quite done yet, but they're nearly there.
Pretty much sealed in this category, though. We look at the BMW M2 CS Racing category, and it's BS Competition looking to do the double, looking to take 2 titles home with them. The first one being here in the M2s. Relatively secured, a 17-point lead over Sherra Esports as the top 2 in that title race, started 1st and 2nd. The only thing that can really settle, actually no, because they haven't got pole position, it is done, isn't it? BS Competition with the pole, they've stolen that bonus point, moved it to 49 points and give themselves an 18-point lead. Sherra Esports actually cannot overcome that, so the title will be secured for BS Competition. 1.2 seconds, they had the pole regardless. Wolf Motorsport will start from 3rd position. Racing Lounge 77 in the 288 will start from 4th, with Smilia Esports Red from 5th position. A couple of those cars out in action. We've got the Nürburgring Esports, Venari, and the Thomas Enger Sim Racing team starting from 8th. Those that can really change the position, as much as we talk about the top 2. From 3rd on back, it is incredibly tight. 3rd, which is Nürburgring Esports 285. They are on 18 points, 5 clear of Wolf, who start a couple of positions ahead of them in 3rd. Things will be extremely tight between those, but Smilia Esports Red, Venari, and the Smilia Esports Green, they're not a million miles behind. We can see the distinctive livery of the Adopt Don't Shop. The Entry Core Racing 276 that I've mentioned before does have a... Oh, sorry, I'm thinking of the 36. Never mind, I was going to say I've got a penalty, but that one is safe of it. And the Smilia Esports Green will round out the grid there in the M2 CS Racing Cup, which leaves one final category, Peter, and we'll be able to see that qualifying session unfold, because it's almost time to see those SP9s take to the circuit in what is going to be a very important qualifying session.
It is, yeah, really important in SP9 for those teams fighting for that top spot in the championship. BS Competition and Falcon Sim Racing, both in the BMW, so they don't need to worry about any balance of performance or anything going one way or the other. It's as straight a fight as you can get, and it starts, maybe even the most important laps of this race event are right here in SP9 top qualifying.
And as much as it's a big track, and it's one that everyone says over a 3-hour period, track position isn't necessarily the be-all and end-all, but it kind of is to a degree, isn't it? Like, I mean, this is not really a category that you're going to see anyone winning from realistically below 8th position. Those front 4 rows, that's where you're 9 times out of 10 in a 3-hour race in this category. That's where you're going to find the victor. And normally, for us, it is from that front couple of rows.
Normally, yes. It has been done from deeper in the pack, but if you looked at the statistics of where the winners come from, most of the time it will be from the first couple of rows of the grid. So the qualifying is absolutely critical. Green light at the end of pit lane. We're go in SP9 qualifying as the trio of Ford Mustangs rumble out of the pits with that big Coyote V8. We saw the Mustangs race last year for the very first time at the Nürburgring, and they'll be back again with a vengeance this year. A lot of development has gone into those cars for this season, and to get it absolutely dialed in for the Nürburgring, because that's the thing, Lewis. The car, you can get the car to work on, let's say, a conventional racetrack, but setting a car up for the Nürburgring, that takes a lot longer.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's because it's so nuanced and so different. Things you learn from, let's say, for example, if you were to do a race, Imola will apply to racing to a degree. What you would learn from there of racing at Spa and then racing at Silverstone and all these normal Grand Prix circuits, or even the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, they kind of have things that filter down. The Nordschleife is separate. The Nordschleife is completely different. It is way different than the rest of it, and so that you do have to take those learnings. Each of you come and build on it year by year, rather than necessarily learning as much throughout the year, if you know what I mean, and then and letting that one filter through. Those two Scherrer Esports Mustangs dropping off the field, as much as they were the first out, oddly enough, they were pretty much going to be the last ones around, which is odd they've chosen that one, but I kind of understand they want enough time to do their tyre warm-up in the way that they want to deal with it. They're going to take the shortcut here and flick their way through. Some other teams have gone for the full lap to get their tyres fully into the working window, but it seems that we're going to do another lap running around and building the tyre temperature here for the two Scherrer Esports cars. Do you like the Mustang? Do you know what? When it was first announced, I wasn't sure about it. And then I saw the first picture and I was like, ooh, okay.
I'm a big fan of it. I think it's great, and the sound.
Yeah.
Oh my word, the sound is just fantastic. It's that Coyote V8. It goes on quite a journey. It goes from the Essex plant in the United States, and then goes over and is assembled by M Sport in Cumbria, and then goes back to the United States again. So it goes on quite a journey, that engine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, again, it's proof once again of the global position that Ford is in motorsport, isn't it? And obviously now starting to be capped off by an F1 program, which looks to be starting a lot better than I think a lot of people gave it credit for. Yeah, we were like a little bit concerned as to how that power. I know we've not done a round yet, but that powertrain does look pretty handy at the moment, at least in pre-season testing. So we're seeing a different approach from a few teams at the moment. Some of them wanted to take the shortcut, maybe do that a couple of times to build that track temperature. A few drivers wanted to head out and around the circuit to build the temperature and get that almost eye in as to where the car is at the start of this qualifying session. You will notice it is the real-world drivers that take this qualifying session.
It is, yeah, and we've got, as I mentioned, Kelvin van der Linde out there in that Ford Mustang, which is quite unusual because, of course, he's a BMW factory driver. Double winner at this race, once in an Audi in 2017 and then in the Rover BMW last year, where they were very, very strong indeed, and in a big fight with the Manthey Porsche going into the last few hours and came out on top there. So let's see how Kelvin's a very keen sim racer as well. We'll see how he matches up to. We've got a lot of strong drivers here from the real world drivers who go qualifying. Norby Kiss is always a threat here in this category. Really quick. Mitchell de Jong, I mean, he's probably more well known for his virtual racing exploits, but of course has a lot of real world experience as well. Watch for Josh Hislop as well, a driver from my neck of the woods from Scotland. He came up through club racing in Scotland and is now racing on the Nordschleife and the NLS Championship. So there's some great stories here of some of the real world drivers that the teams have been able to recruit. Jaden Conwright, of course, winner in the Mala team earlier on in the season too.
Obviously, we saw the first of our title protagonists in this qualifying session. We've got the Falcon sim racing team that's kind of driving around a little bit away from this pack, and we see here Sepinen behind the wheel of the BS competition number 1, looking to go back to back on the titles in the SP9 category, in the middle of all of the SP9 drivers, which might be a little bit concerning, but they'll all separate once they get out onto the Dittinger Hohe. You say about Mitchell de Jong, I'm pretty sure, not 100% sure, but I'm only going to say that I'm pretty sure because I remember the stat back in the day that I think in the iRacing Daytona 24-hour, he has the most laps led in the top category in top split. And it is well over 1,000 laps led, right? Not laps driven, not laps raced, laps led. And it was until, I think it was 2022, something in that vein, when they came back and they didn't lead so much during that race, that or it might be 23, that I'm pretty sure his leading lap percentage of all the laps that he'd done at the Daytona 24-hour on iRacing, again, probably the most competitive race in iRacing. I do have it on a spreadsheet somewhere. I'm pretty sure it was 98% of the laps that he'd driven was in the race lead. Now, obviously, that comes from a strong team and stuff, but it kind of shows you his sim racing pedigree that he's able to keep the car there. Because I can tell you what, if Joshua Rogers passed me a car in the lead of a race, I would probably bin it within a lap or two.
Well, likewise. Yeah, likewise. He's that's a great stat, actually.
Yeah.
Most laps led in history of that event. Very impressive indeed. And he's quick anywhere and in anything. He's a very adaptable driver, as Mitchell de Jong. Of course, on the dirt road side, he's very, very strong there. And of course, in the oval side, you put him in anything with the steering wheel, and he's handy.
I think he also did. You say about the dirt road. I think he did all 4. It might have been 3 at the time. iRacing World Championship, the iRacing Rallycross World Championship, also did the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, and did the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series as well. So he did all 3 of the major championships in sim races, to the point where he was also racing in Le Mans Virtual and whatnot. Pretty fast across the board. And to me, that actually, definitely is one of those ones that really hammers home the strength of the field. You have a driver with that kind of accolades, and it's not the driver that we're necessarily expecting to be on pole position. And we're not, obviously, I wouldn't be surprised if he was, but when you look at some of the other drivers on this grid, like Sindre Setsus in the Falcon Sim Racing car, like BS Competition's Elias Sepinen, even Norby Kish in that Shezza Esports car, of course, they've got a penalty as far as I remember. Look at the list for the... as in not submitting telemetry for the second time. So I think I'll be having to start from pit lane. But those are the kind of drivers where I'm still expecting those to potentially be even more in contention for this pole.
Yeah, I think so. Looking through to see the penalty list, I don't see anything for car number 26.
I have it on instant number 3 from Race Control. It is the Next Level Racing
right.
Esports,
Yes.
Shezza Esports, and SSC Commerce Esport 1. A second offence for missing telemetry data. They'll be starting this race from pit lane, but I still think they can get the bonus point for pole.
Okay, yeah, that's a frustrating one. Let's see what they can do, though. If they can get that bonus point at least. Still things to be gained. Josh Hislop, Scotsman, heading up the Dottinger Hoe now. Everyone trying to make sure they've got a bit of clear air before going for that hot lap. And it will just be one lap and go.
Yeah, I mean that's how it is in this, isn't it? You only get the single lap, the one attempt to take on one of the scariest racetracks of all time, 25 kilometers around, and realistically, if you want to grab pole at this level, normally you grab pole position, and around here especially, you'd sit there and you'd be like, yeah, you can probably afford the odd little mistake. And I don't mean that of like dropping it off the circuit. I mean like missing an apex here and there or something, because you've got so much time to bring that time back in. In this category, in a season finale where there's a title up for grabs and it's a tight race between the top 2 in that championship, I don't think there could be a single mistake on this qualifying lap. It needs to be perfect.
That's right. Yeah, 25 kilometers of perfection. Imagine that. It's around the average commute of most people's drive to work in the morning, and you cannot put a single wheel wrong. Dan Pyle for Manfilter team by Winward Racing is heading up now to start his flying lap. Or will he get one in maybe a slightly representative time here? Maybe. And he'll go, but he will get another run, of course. Although there's less than 5 minutes on the clock, he can complete another lap in that Manfilter Mercedes. A livery and car so familiar to fans of this great racetrack.
Absolutely. Across the line. At the moment, the pole in this category is a 7:51.9 from Sindre Setsos. Do remember a few drivers. The reason why not everyone set a time at this point is because obviously a lot of these teams and drivers are on their out lap. Some drivers and teams have elected to do the shortcut to their beginner lap, but it's more like those are more operational things about getting the tyres into a working window rather than going fully on the attack. But Sindre Setsos is the one at the top of the session. We've got a few times that have come in from those SP9 categories. Falcon, NG Course 36, which is another one that has penalty. They'll be having a stop and hold 60-second penalty. Will the number 36 NG Core racing car. There's also the Nürburgring Esports 42 with the obviously Alexei Nessel behind the wheel. We saw the Manfilter car across the line. Let's see what we'll see from the CBAC Esports car, 7:56. None of these times are particularly representative.
Nope, not yet. See what Line GP Benta.com can do. It's been Wiebelhaus in this white and green Ford Mustang. Up the line he goes. Waiting for the time to come through. And it's fourth quickest for him, 7:54, but pole so far for Vulcan Sim Racing.
Yeah, absolutely. BS competition, though, yet to set the time in the qualifying session. We go back down to the Eifelkind car, which is now coming up towards Ardnau Forst. Very tricky section of the racetrack. Find that slightly a later apex for the left-hander, which should help you kind of straighten out on the exit and find that apex on the right. We head back to Elias Sepinen for BS competition. Approaching about the halfway point, continuing to drop down the hill before the big climb is about to begin. And it's one of those ones, you know how always say it, sim racing, broadcast, TV, never do it justice. If you've ever been to the Nürburgring, you'll know that it can't. It is impossible for it to do it justice, because wasn't a particularly potent vehicle that I was thrown around this racetrack in the hands of the capable hands of Nicolas Celebrant. It was I think it was a 1.6 litre Mazda 3. We barely gained speed going up this hill. It is real steep.
Yeah, the Kesselchen is, you need just more and more horsepower. You can't have enough horsepower going up that hill, that long drag all the way up to Klostertal, which Jaden Conroy is going now. So there'll be this whole, it's not as straight as you can see, but you're flat all the way up until Moot Curve, Bravery Corner. And that is where you're thinking about it all the way up, thinking, right, got to position the car on entry as best as I can and be as brave as you possibly can. You know it's getting closer. As soon as you go around this right, you've got to prepare for it. Here we go, take a deep breath. Oh, it's scary. It's a bit scary corner.
I've been side by side through there on the last lap of an endurance race, and probably one of the scariest experiences of my life, and that was in sim racing. So imagine doing that in real life whilst navigating traffic and whatnot. Yeah, they have to deal with a lot. It's a brutal corner, but it's a fun one when you get right into the carousel, which I still maintain. You see the pros do it, and you think, yeah, it's easy, isn't it? It's not easy to keep it that low. It's so easy to drive it in that little bit too hard and get thrown straight out of the carousel. And let me tell you, if you go for pole position, that ain't going to work.
No, that's your lap done if you pop out the carousel at the best case scenario, and usually it's the first class ticket to the wall. Now down through Vipperman, it's just like a helter-skelter through here. Look at this, you're losing elevation all the time, big high curbs. You've got to know which one you can hit, which one you can't. Now down to Eschbach and Brunken, always a popular space for the fans. You can see them there on the left-hand side. That's Nürburgring 24-hour weekend. That's absolutely packed and through, and you're just about to see, we were just about to see one of only 2 gravel traps on the entire Nordschleife.
Is that right?
Yes.
I actually hadn't thought of that.
There's Brünchen and there is Arenberg, and that's it.
Wow. There we go. Have they? Because there was one at Flugplatz. Is that right? On the exit? Because I distinctly remember a Ford GT40 being in it. But I think that one's
no room for it there.
Is there not on the outside?
No.
I swear there was on the outside. Wow. Maybe I was going mental in my old age.
It's an Armco barrier. Which people have met.
Definitely saw the GT40 in that. That was no. I think about it. I'm trying to think. That was 8 years ago. Goodness me. God, getting old, it's fine. We'll see the German sim racing, the ACV car. That is a great fact, by the way, because it's something that you don't think about until you. Then the second you think about it, you're like, oh yeah, there's none. There's really none around here.
Yeah, it's grass, then wall.
Yeah. That's what makes it so brutal.
We're not making it up when we say this is the most fearsome racetrack in the world. There's just nothing like it.
No, absolutely not. And that's why, I will say that gravel trap doesn't count. I'll allow that. That's
on the Grand Prix track.
That's on the Grand Prix, so it does not. That's not as much as it's on here, but it's not. No, I agree with you. I think that's a great fact. On to provisional pole position for the Sim RC Cup, 7:51.674. We're expecting some better times to come in. And let's see what's going to come in from BS Competition. Championship leader has won the last 2 races. Can it take it from pole position again? Got the number 1 car on for a reason. Let's see what Elias Seppänen is going to do. Not a time, according to our timesheets. We'll have to wait and see if that one's correct.
It might have been disallowed. Yes.
Yeah.
So it was an 8:48.5. No, it was the last one. No, he must have broken track limits at some point.
Yeah. That's huge. That is huge for the championship. So what does Falcon Sim Racing do at the moment? 6th in the session. Where are they going to end up? That is massive drama at the top of this title race. Norby Kish across the line, 49.705 will go to 2nd position. HRT Esports by Commander. I was saying that, we weren't expecting Mitchell de Jong to be one of the main pole protagonists. 2 seconds clear of the rest of the field, so I'll maybe shut up the next time that I decide to speak. Could pole be stolen away from Sindre Setsos? No, he is going to go to 2nd though. This is a big moment for Falcon Sim Racing in this title race.
That's clutch there from Sindre Setsos. A fantastic lap to put him up onto the front row of the grid. And with BS Competition, they will be starting, as I scroll through, the time is good, they will be starting very far down the order. That is a disaster. They're going to be starting on at least the 8th row of the grid.
Yeah, of course. As much as they don't have a time on that board, they will start at the rear of the SP9 category rather than having to fight their way through all the back markers as well if they didn't get a time onto the board. But that is huge drama in the championship and the title race, and a big moment for Falcon Sim Racing, who now potentially move into a position where it is theirs to lose. But we'll have to see how that one ends up after a 3-hour race across the line. We'll see the Manfilter car go into 11th position. The reason, by the way, we're talking about the title race being so tight, just to give you a quick update. BS Competition's number 1, who we saw across the line, had 39 points to their name. 2nd position in the championship, Falcon Sim Racing, just 2 points behind. It will remain 2. They weren't able to steal that bonus point for pole position, so half a second will decide that one. But Alexei Nesov across the line goes into 6th. Great result for the Nürburgring Esports car. A couple of drivers still left to go. Kelvin van der Linde and his teammate Jochen Krumbach in the 2 Sherritt Esports cars will be 2 of them.
Yeah, this is just it's very weird seeing Kelvin van der Linde in a Ford.
Yeah.
But less unusual to see him in a Scherrer PHX car. Of course, he was in a Team Land car when he won it with Audi in 2017 at the N24. Ooh, that's really pushing though, going through the last part of the lap. Let's see what they can do.
Across the line, currently just outside the top 10, Sherritt Esports 10th position and 11th, up to 7th for the lead car. And I don't think there was an improvement from the 17. The Lion GP car, Finn Wiebelhaus, will stay in 13th position. I'm sorry, I will say, by the way, you don't know weird. until you tune into free practice 1 of IndyCar last night to see Will Power in an Andretti.
Yeah, that's weird.
Probably one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in my life. Very bizarre. 17 years he was at Penske. So yeah, this is the thing, is that in sim racing we get used to seeing drivers and teams in certain cars, and motorsport the same, and when we see them chop and change, it does get a little bit bizarre. But obviously Calvin van der Linde is still a rapid driver, as is Mitchell de Jong, HRT Esports bike commander, on pole position here by half a second over the Falcon Sim Racing team. Title protagonist will start from second position. A great qualifying session from Sindre Setsource. Norby Kish puts the Shezza Esports car into third position, so it's Ford but pretty much right up there in the top 4. Only BMW is that Falcon Sim Racing car. Marla Racing Team, of course, the sister for BS Competition, will start from 4th, and they may have a big part to play in the championship race. NG Course 36 will have a 60-second stop and hold penalty right towards the start of the race. Nürburgring Esports will start from 6th, Sherritt Esports from 7th, and the Bausch Machine will start from 8th. Do remember that Shezza Esports will be starting from pit lane. So as much as you can see Norby Kish there in third position, that car will be forced to start from pit lane. I'm not sure how that works when it comes to rows, as to whether 5th becomes 3rd or whether 4th becomes 3rd, if you get what I mean. Does the left row just all move up one? Because that's a big difference.
Yeah, it is. I wonder. Time will tell.
Yeah. We're not smarter in the commentary booth. We're not as smart as those in race control that have to deal with all these things, and that is definitely something that is written in the regulations that the drivers will all be aware of. I do believe the simplest solution is always just the outside row or the left side row will just move up a row, and it is what it is. It's fine, but not great for Shezza Esports despite an excellent qualifying session. Again, it's Next Level Racing Esports that will also be joining them in a pit lane start, but we won't be seeing those. They actually didn't even set a qualifying time. There will be a few cars we'll have to talk about that haven't set qualifying times. Sim RC will start from 9th position with Stint 1 from 10th. The second of the Sherritt Esports cars, 11th position with the man filter by WWR. That's Lion GP, Iverkland, and Seaback Esports from 15th position. Those that did not set a time, though, we have the German Sim Racing by ACV. They did not set a time, the number 35. Next Level Racing Esports, who I've said before will be starting from the pit lane. Caleb Hides didn't even go out in that session, I believe, except for the fact they're not in contention for pole position to steal that bonus point away. They will be starting from the pit lane. Nürburgring Esports 32, they'll be starting from the back along with the Smiley Esports Pro car. But the big talking point after that qualifying session, Elias Seppänen will be starting from the rear of the field for BS Competition, just 2 points behind the car that's going to be starting from second. This is huge drama.
It is, yeah. That was really a big surprise. Big surprise. And to be starting so deep in the field, they've got a huge amount of work to do.
Now, what strategies can you employ to work your way through this field? Is it going to be full aggression, go out on the attack early and try and sneak your way through a few spots? Or is it sit back and let the race come to you?
That's a good question. I don't think you can afford to relax, really. You need to be quick and be good on your fuel number as well. It's a really, really tough upward climb here for BS Competition. But to be honest, if there's anyone can do it, it's them.
They might be sat there crossing their fingers maybe for a little bit of luck, which in this sport, it is one of those ones. Yes, sometimes you can be lucky. Sometimes you make your own luck. I was always taught I'd rather be lucky than good. And BS Competition are very good, but they are at the point where I think they do need to get very lucky, because Falcon Sim Racing absolutely have a huge advantage here.
Yeah, they do, and they've got to make the most of that and try and strike early to try and get into a good position, which makes it virtually impossible for BS Competition to catch them. And they can do that. They get a good start, particularly if they if they can make a break, if they can get a whole shot into turn one, even better. But also the pace that Mitchell de Jong showed in qualifying, that you tuck in behind him and try and pull away, you've got to think about Jaden Conright being there right in as well. So who, of course, is a BS competition driver.
Exactly.
So there might be a bit of team tactics going on too.
100%. You put it so brilliantly there. One of the things that Sindre Setsource and the Falcon Sim Racing team cannot do is get complacent. They cannot sit there and think, right, well, that's it, BS competition is starting at the back, that's it, job's done. Absolutely not. For the job, though, kind of has been done, though, in the other categories. EMM and SimRC are in prime position to steal away their titles. They're massively clear in each of them. I think EMM also have that title sewn up with the bonus point for pole position, as to BS competition as well. So, effectively, after that qualifying session, 2 titles have already been given out for SimRC. Should just be a clean run through the race, and the title will be theirs.
Yeah, no mistakes, and they'll be there, but that's easier said than done. So, yeah, the big focus is on that SP9 title fight between the 44 Falcon Sim Racing BMW and the BS competition BMW. It will start deep in the pack. They'll have a lot of work to do.
Just 2 points between them, which basically settles it as whoever finishes ahead of the other, they will be the champion of SP9. Will it be Falcon Sim Racing? Will it be BS competition? Obviously, we've got a 3-hour race around the Nordschleife to decide it, and it's not going to be an easy one. There's going to be pit stops. There's going to be drama. You've got to get through turn one as well, which is so awkward at the opening point of race. We've seen it cause so much drama every single year, every single time we go racing, and it will be no different here in the season finale. You're watching round number 4 of this season of DNLS, the season finale of the Bilstein 3-hour. We are ready to go for the race just after this.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
In just over 3 hours' time, we will have our champions. We are ready to go for this season finale race. There's McGlade, Peter Mackay in the comms box. And Peter, a dramatic qualifying session has come to a close. The drivers can all now focus on what will be a dramatic race. And whilst we do focus on the top of the championship, because it is the exciting point for all of us to remember and keep our eye on that dramatic moment, we cannot forget that, yes, there's those 2 cars, but there's 53 other cars that will be taking the circuit, all looking for their piece of glory.
That's right, and all trying to get their own achievements. You know, some might not have had a podium yet this season and might want to try, will be desperate to get that done before the end of the season. Some might not have got a win in class yet. If you look at SP9, BS competition have won the last 2 races, and Falcon, they won the opening round of the championship. So I'm sure there'll be plenty in SP9 who want to get a win to close off the season the best possible way. The championship fight might be over for them, but getting a win would really help to finish the season on a high.
Yeah, absolutely. And outside of that, we've got the other categories where they all have their own fights, their own slices of drama, their own bits that they're looking for. I mean, to speak of those that do and don't have victories, I mean, looking at the Porsche Cup category, only one team has been victorious in that, in the EMM Esports team. They've won all three of the races we've had. Same with the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup. It's only been BS competition on top of that. In the SP10s, it's been split between SimRC and the Williams F1 Team Gaming squad. They've split those victories. But there's a lot of other teams that are looking to jump up. I mean, in the Porsche Cup, obviously, the teams like Commander are in prime position to steal away. They've had a brand new renovated purple racing centre in Cologne. We'll talk a little bit more about that, I'm sure, later on in the broadcast. I mean, some teams and drivers, honestly, they might be happy leaving here with the top 10. Other teams, you know, for like Shezza Esports starting from the pit lane, what's their goal? A lot of talking points to come from this final race of 4.
There are, and the chat is, the talk is over now. It's down to business with the SP9s rolling off, just coming out of Galgenkopf onto the Dortinger Hohe, getting themselves ready for action, trying to generate as much tyre temperature as you can. At that point, you can only really get a little bit of extra temperature and pressure into the tyre at this point, because with the latest tyre model on iRacing, the car does take a good couple of miles to get into for the tyre to get into the right windows. So that tip-toe brake point going into turn 1 is going to be really, really tricky. Judging how much grip you've got underneath you is quite difficult until the tyre starts to build its operating temperature and pressure. I mean, we see it in qualifying. The first laps often aren't very competitive at all. That's simply because the tyre isn't fully up to operating temperature and pressure yet. So on this rolling start, the drivers really have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, and I mean, it's something that we see quite a lot, isn't it, here, where you could be at the front of the field, and that's great. But then someone in 8th position has a bit of a crash with someone else, and going down that hill into that extremely tight first corner, you can get collected in it. We see that time and time again, and I know that is in the back of the mind of every single driver starting towards the front of this field.
It will be, yeah. You just want to try and get through the Grand Prix track clean on the first lap, and then just settle into a rhythm on the Nordschleife. That's actually funny enough, and where you can actually calm your nerves slightly and you get into that familiar territory and get ready for action.
3 hours ahead of us. The Bilstein 3-hour season finale of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series is about ready to go. We've got the top protagonists in the title race separated by the entire SP9 field. Sindre Setsource from second position on that Falcon Sim Racing BMW M4, way ahead of championship rival BS competition, starting from the rear of the field. Drama has already hit us in qualifying, and it could well hit us again over 3 hours of racing. It's season finale time, and we are racing down to the first corner with Mitchell de Jong for the HRT Esports bike Goander, leading us off down into the opening corner. He'll obviously hold that inside line and try and keep the Mahler cart directly behind it as well. Who's going to be able to find their way through? No major dramas in the opening corner just yet, until, unfortunately, the Nürburgring Esports car has been sent round, we believe, and unfortunately will drop right the way to the rear of the pack.
Oh, and also for one of the other Mustangs further down the field, that's the LionGP.Fencer.com car, gets a little bit loose there and spins around. So on those cold tyres, it does not take much to be moved around. And I think would it be Alexei Nezov in the Aston Martin for Nürburgring Esports that got punted at turn 1 there as well. And whoa, big contact there. And that's critical, isn't it? Look at that, Jaden Conroy in the Mala Ford, which of course peeled the sticker off. That's a BS competition car, and being pretty aggressive there, barging past the Falcon Sim Racing BMW of Sindre Setsource. Why is that significant? Well, the Falcon Sim Racing BMW's main rival BS competition, BMW, is still quite deep in the pack. They're sitting 12th after those opening few corners.
Sindre Setsource and Jaden Conroy going side by side as well ahead of this up towards chicane, and it is the Falcon Sim Racing car back ahead So Sindre Setsource of Falcon Sim Racing has found his way back up into second spot. So as much as it was an important move from Jaden Comright, it was a very important move back again from Sindre Setsource. They head out onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife, back into single file as the German sim racing car tries to fend off BS Competition. But it will be BS Competition now ahead. Elias Seppänen behind the wheel. It's the Porsche Endurance Esports Trophy Nürburgring now coming through onto the start-finish straight, which we've always seen a little bit of drama heading down into the opening corner in this category. It's the 905 who are already set to become the champions of this category. They'll be starting alongside their teammates, but what a way to end the season if they're able to do it in a 1-2. And that's before we even talk about what's happening within the AMs in the category as well. Down to the first corner they go, and it'll be EMM obviously leading 1 and 2, looking to the outside of the Frozen Speed Grid and Go car. Garicki trying to make the move on the outside, 3 wide, 4 rows deep, I think, as the entire pack works their way through the opening corner in one big clump. But unlike in the SP9s, there wasn't any drama through turn 1. There was a little bit, though, of a hip check going into turn 2.
Bit of argy-bargy there, Adrian Gereich making himself known to the EMM powerhouse at the front of the field. And a bit of contact there between Luca Alpert and the EMM 914 car, nudging Adrian Gereich, who's made his way through into second in that Frozen Speed machine. But EMM 905, the team that have been so dominant all year, all season, Raphael Renhofer leads the way.
There was a spinner in there, though. Not 100% sure as to which one that was. I think it was the 908 car that was spun round. So GHD, Patrick Schmidt, I think, was the one that was sent for a little bit of a tumble down the order as they worked through that midpoint of the Grand Prix loop, where, well, it's not really the Grand Prix loop, isn't it? The Nürburgring part where you go through the short chute between them. It's a really tricky corner how it drops off, and especially if you're going side by side through there, it's so easy for the inside car to wash out and make contact like what we just saw. It's not an EMM 1-2 though. Frozen Speed Grid and Go, you're quite right, has found its way into the middle of that, searching to steal away that victory, I think, from EMM that's been so dominant in this category.
Yeah, it's been a really good start for Frozen Speed as the SP10s now making their way to their race start. SimRC just got to get to the end of the race and they will be champions. Sounds simple, it's not.
Yeah, they are pretty close on points with Williams F1 Team Gaming, but it is not settled. It's not going to be an easy one, and any drama, the door will be blown wide open. SLC Commerce Esport will be starting from pit lane, and it's not a great reaction to the start of the race, it seemed, from SimRC. He had to really close over onto the nose of the Lion GP car that locked out that second row of the grid. He's able to keep that BMW behind. The second one, though, of the Lion GP squad is going to get to the outside of Williams going into that opening corner. Imperative that Williams hang on to second position. There's a bit of a spin, though, in the M2s and down towards the back of the field. I think it was the Thomas Enger sim racing car, maybe even the racing lounge, that was sent around at the opening corner, just got locked together as they're 3 wide through the exit of the arena.
Oh, this is brilliant. You got Falcon, Williams, SimRC all in there. SimRC have just hung on in this BMW-dominated SP10 class. Just a few other manufacturers in at the mix there. But then, of course, BMW M2s, all, of course, the same in this category. Everybody starts with the same stuff. It's just how you get it set up for the event. But SimRC doing what they need to do, leading by a car length or 2. They head towards the ladder part of the Grand Prix track, preparing themselves to turn left at the end and head onto the Nordschleife for the first time.
Well, it's so important for the SP10s to not have major drama on the opening lap, because if they do, they will have to work their way through the M2 category, and that's something that actually be easier said than done. There's not there is a difference. Obviously, the SP10s are faster around here, but it's not by an insane margin that, you know, you might think it'll be as easy as cutting through a few GT3s and a GTP. It certainly is not that easy to find your way through. They've all got different strengths and weaknesses. Same as with the SP9s, where if they were to have a bit of drama and end up behind the Cup cars, because they're faster in a straight line than the SP9s, that makes that pass so much more difficult. Thankfully, there's not been the most amount of drama, which is what we like to see. There's been plenty of racing, though. There's SimRC leading at the moment in the SP10s ahead of Williams. Back, though, into the SP9 category, where we're focused on the drama, and the drama is the BS competition. Elias Seppänen has worked his way up to 11th before they head out onto the Nordschleife. Obviously, he cleared the German sim racing car, literally heading onto the Nordschleife, and is now searching for any move to potentially get past the NG Core car, which does have a 60-second stop-and-go penalty, which might be the one that's coming up here. There's been a drive-through penalty, though, handed out to the 295.
So it's already race control handing out the penalties. Team HNL number 925 getting a black flag there. Now Lion GP, they had an issue. Oh, that's an even bigger issue. Oh, that's a much bigger issue. Oh, ouch! Into the barrier at the Flugplatz. They had a spin in the early couple of corners, and yeah, getting a little bit of a help there into the barrier. That's a very fast place to make contact.
Indeed, got the AC Oberhausen car also receiving a drive-through penalty as well. So race control, as always in this series, very, very busy. From various issues from qualification they've picked up on. There's a couple of incidents that are under investigation from the start of this race, but all these penalties that are popping up are more in relation to qualifying or technical breaches coming into the round. Nearly one lap complete, though, for our SP9s.
Oh, just like that, and it's Mitchell de Jong who's leading the way by around 3 seconds at this early point from Falcon Sim Racing, who have just under a second from Mala Racing Team with their Ford Mustang Jaden Conwright. But BS Competition haven't been able to make up any spaces yet from 11th position, right behind the NG Core Aston Martin. But now we're onto the Grand Prix track, have to try and make some moves and try and start dragging themselves up the order and not let Falcon gain any more time.
No, indeed. Oh, that's a brave look at T1. Got to the outside of the arena, and that one's not going to work, unfortunately. Going to try and leave it there, but playing a very high-risk game here at the moment. And has to drop back in the line, looks back to the inside. You can start to see some of that frustration brewing, and for Elias Seppänen, I mean, you understand it as a driver, don't you? You sit there and look at it and think, I get why you're getting frustrated. This championship seems to be slipping through your fingers. Another look to the inside as we head into the hairpin. This is a frustrating time for BS Competition, isn't it?
It is, yeah, but you have to say that now here are we going to see the move. Tell you what, the NG Core Aston Martin of Emre Kansalioglu was holding off very, very well. We just cut away there. I think that was going to be a move there from Elias Seppänen in the BS Competition BMW, but all the while he's getting stuck there, he's losing time to Falcon Sim Racing. There's now 8 seconds between them. Let's keep a watch on that. So as we're on to the second lap, 8 seconds between our two championship contenders. Falcon in second position, in a good spot at this early stage of the race.
Obviously, these two EMM cars probably not really going to switch over. We didn't see that the Frozen Speed Grid and Go cars worked their way up to the race lead in the Porsche Cup, and now they're going to go through. I was going to say I didn't expect a battle between the two EMM cars, but they are actually going to go side by side and switch over. The 914 using that slipstream to take over the race lead. It's back to being a 1-2 for EMM. Frozen Speed Grid and Go, Frozen Speed Grid and Go, yeah, rather went out onto the Dittinger Hoa there in the race lead. They now find themselves in third and under pressure at the moment from Dürr Esports.
Well, effectively third place and first place swapped there on the Dottinger Hoa, with the 914 car getting a fantastic double draft there. Look at Alpert using that to his advantage. Now Frozen Speed under a bit of pressures. Here come Coanda up the inside now.
Sorry, I just had a heart attack. I saw BS Competition dropping down the timesheets, but no, they have just gained the spot. I actually had a real panic then. Sorry, Peter. Yes, indeed, they're going to be a bit of battling behind the Frozen Speed Grid and Go car between the Dürr and the Coanda there, but it is going to be the Dürr of Pedersen keeping Julian Sunnen at bay, and we'll just about hang on, but this 5-car train hopefully wants it to keep together a little while. I did want to say, by the way, we did see it pop up, the Stint 1 Motorsports car, which is the number 55, that should be the number 10. That's a 10-second stop-and-go penalty. Also, they have another stop-and-go penalty, which is 60 seconds for a breach on the regulations when it comes to the starting driver. Incorrect starting driver. It was not the real driver who starts the race, which kind of should be by the regulations. And so they will have two separate stop-and-go penalties, one 10 seconds or 160. That is a bad way to start this race.
Yeah, very hard to come back from that to get any kind of result. So EMM returning to their usual form, 1-2 at the front of the field, but of course we could see the same thing happen again when we get round to the Dottinger hole, where Adrian Gareg in the frozen speed car could get that double draft. But the thing is, though, is that when you're up against two cars in the same team, they can coordinate, they can work together against you. It means that you're fighting both of them, whereas they've only got one car necessarily to worry about. Of course, Door Esports though are pretty close, but EMM have got strength in numbers at the front of the field.
Very much so. They are the force to be reckoned with in the Porsche Cup category, and seems though the force to be reckoned with here in the SP10s is Falcon Sim Racing, who have been able to break away by nearly a second over SimRC, who have been the dominant force throughout the season. You said it right, they basically just need to reach the end of the race, and the points they'll gather should be enough to keep them ahead of the Williams F1 team gaming car that sits directly behind them. Right now it's not imperative that they keep that 190 behind, they just need to get through the race. But the more that you try and play those cards, if fine, we'll just let you through and sit behind, the more things are open for Williams to play some games to maybe force SimRC into a catastrophic mistake, which around here is only a few inches away at its furthest.
That's true. That is very, very true. So you can go in saying no risk, but it's not quite as straightforward as that. BS Competition lead the way in the M2 category, just ahead of Scherer Esports, who are under pressure now from the Smila Esports red car, which is painted white and blue. Don't ask.
I always say this about them. It's because they have red wing mirrors.
Oh, yes, of course.
Which is super obvious from as far away as the cameras are. I always say this with teams and stuff. Wing mirror, like, fair enough, I get it, but if you're going to put a colour into the name of the team, do more. You know what I mean? Like, make something a bit more red on there. Change the blue to red, or so, I don't know. Obviously, I know there's certain things where they'll say, oh, it's all branding and stuff. As by request, we look back at the green car, which has green wing mirrors. This is subtle change, isn't it?
Makes a difference. For us commentators, at least, we're simple human beings. We need it put on a plate for us.
Again, I've told the story on broadcast quite a few times, but it was, I don't remember which Le Mans it would have been, but it might have been 2019 or something. It was the Jota cars. And they obviously had two LMP2s at this point, and it was Martin Haven that told me that they had the same livery. They were the exact same livery, and they kept saying it all season, it's the same livery, it's the same livery, same livery. For Le Mans, Jota made a, the black and yellow, like, how to for dummies, things like how to excel for dummies, how to drive them. Yeah, so they made one of those, which is how to tell the cars apart for dummies. They made a little booklet which had all the different things. In there was listed things like, obviously, the obvious things, like the car number. Even the wing mirrors were slightly different. But on one of the pages, they were like, yeah, the wheel nuts are different colour. What? How is anyone going to see that?
Whoa! Jochen Krumbach's off. Oh, dear. Scherer Esports in the fence, going up Kesselchen. Oh, dear. And now has to do a bit of an Austin Powers to get back going. Does well. Oh, dear.
That was an idea. A very big shame for the Scherer Esports team, who, again, have shown some solid speed throughout the season, and now their lone one will be in the hands of Kelvin van der Linde towards the front of this pack. We've just seen lose the spot. Yeah, that is... that's not a good start to their ambitions in this race. BS Competition with a couple of cars ahead. They're going to have to find their way through on. Oh, Oh my goodness me! A little bit contact between the pair of them. SimRC trying to slot the gap and getting muscled out of the way. That's a freebie for BS Competition if ever I've seen it.
It was a freebie, but could have easily gone all pear-shaped there. Now, Seppinen right in the draft of the Sebach Esports Porsche, and got to try and get as close as possible, maybe try and get through on the Grand Prix track. So BS Competition now up to 7th. They are 9 seconds now behind Falcon. So on that lap, they've effectively lost a second to Falcon. So they need clean air desperately to try and run that gap down.
Dom Calendar still trying to get through on Jaden Conwright for 3rd position in this race. It's about 3 seconds now behind the Falcon Sim Race team, who I don't think will be particularly bothered that they're 4.6 seconds behind Mitchell de Jong at the moment. They're driving their way round. They're probably maybe even saving a little bit of fuel. They're rolling their own race. But importantly, they've pulled away from the risk from behind. Do remember, if they finish in 2nd place in this race, and I'm going to go and double check the points, but I'm pretty sure even if BS Competition were to somehow work their way all the way up to 3rd, I don't believe it would be enough on the points. I believe it would still be actually, they'd be on the exact same amount of points if that were the case, and surely BS Competition with 2 victories would then take the title. We'll come back to that if it gets relevant, don't worry.
It's close. It's really, really close. But again, don't forget, Jaden Conwright in that Marla car is, like I say, peel away the stickers, and that's a BS Competition machine. And if Elias Seppinen is able to catch him up, I wonder if there's going to be a great deal of defence going on, shall we say.
No, I guarantee that Florian Hasper, Felix Van Dijk, whoever's running the strategy for the teams and such behind the squad will almost certainly be like, yeah, that one's going to reverse as soon as you get there. But for the moment, that the Marla car's got a lot of work to do to almost slow, like battle hard with the pack that's around it and slow that whole train down to try and help the BS Competition car get closer and closer. They're doing a really good job of it at the moment. More switches here in the Porsche Cup. Dürr Esports just dropping out of the slipstream there of the 914. We're looking down the inside of the second of those EMM cars, which now Coanda bikes on, gets to the outside of Dürr, going into the opening corner. Doesn't quite overlap, they're going to the arena, but just about sneaks it in onto the apex of the second corner.
Really close battling in this Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. It gets very, very tricky through this part as well. Has the Coanda machine has to give best. So it's EMM 905 back at the front again with the frozen speed car in the mix too, with in between the 2 EMM machines, Adrian Gereich for frozen speed just ahead of Luca Alpert in the 914 EMM car. But they're not breaking away from the rest of the field either. Dürr Esports in there, both the Coanda machines as well. So it's very much a 6-car peloton, a peloton of Porsches are pressing on.
Nice. Any more P's to throw into that one?
Purposefully.
Nice. I appreciate your pondering there as they head their way through back out onto the Nürburgring. A little bit wide there for the Dürr Esports car. Coanda might be able to switch back to the inside as they head onto the Nordschleife. But through the Sabine Schmitz curve, they are going to remain single file, no dramas into there. You're absolutely right, 6 of them will. We do see this quite a lot with this category where they will stay relatively close in this opening stage. The pit stops are what tends to separate things out likely, and sometimes you don't necessarily want to always be the lead car of the pack, because through this part of the saying where there is no real overtaking opportunities, you're not on throttle as much when you're directly behind someone. You can lift off that little bit more. Just, you know you're not going to be using all that throttle going into Schwedenkreuz and down to the braking zone of Arenberg. You use that time to save that fuel, and that can just shorten your pit stop by enough for you to maybe even break the slipstream. If you can save enough fuel where you can save a second or 2 on your stop, suddenly, you're jumping a car and maybe building a gap to them.
Looks like there's a bit of connection issue there for one of the 990s. Oh my word.
Oh, that's a slam dunk. That's a slam dunk penalty for BS Competition right there. That was contact between themselves and the number 22 Sebak Esports car. And I've got to say, there was no overlap there. That's a risky one. I understand it from Elias Sepinen, that was to get in the 6th spot. I don't know about you, but that's a slam dunk.
Yeah, that was just coming around the Lauda links, where if you can get a good exit out of Exmüller up towards Lauda links and then down into Bergwerk, if there is cooperation from the car ahead, you can dive bomb up the inside, but generally you don't see it because everybody wants to get a really good exit onto Kesselchen, and yeah, I think there's just a little bit of impatience there, and that penalty could be, well, the possibility of a penalty there would be really, really damaging to their campaign. 2 hours, 38 minutes to go. It's not like a 24-hour race where you can fight back and recover time from a penalty. It's just not, at this level, it's just not long enough. So now, if a penalty came in, you know, BS competition would be relying on a fairly serious error from Falcon.
Yeah, this is an endurance race for the most part. 3 hours is, I think, we'd all classify that as an endurance race. But it is a sprint, right? In relative terms, when a lot of these drivers will have just come off doing the Bathurst 12-hour last weekend here on iRacing, obviously the Daytona 24-hour a few weeks before that. Those are the endurance races they're more used to. This they are treating as that full, flat-out, absolute push sprint lap. Every single time you're on the limit of the car, and it's a little tricky to come back from. This is not necessarily impossible, and if anyone was watching the 12 hours of Bathurst on iRacing, will know that it's definitely not done until it's over. I think they've got damage on that car.
Oh no, that's where it just rubs salt in the wound when you're trying to get the car back to the pits and there's maybe suspension damage or steering damage and you hit a curb and the car doesn't react how it normally would. That's a race, a total race ruin there. So normally race control will take that in mind when considering a penalty. So BS competition now, they've got to be nervous surely in their team room.
Yeah, I'm sure. Obviously, it depends on whether it is reported, which is one of those ones where BS competition, I'm sure that there will have been some messages fired between BS competition to the Sebak Esports team. Obviously, apologies. I'm sure that has been thrown around an awful lot. And sometimes with those things, you might think, right, you're involved in the championship, I'll accept the apology and we'll move on, right?
Maybe.
I'm not saying that is going to happen, but I'm going to say that if that had happened to me and I was in that Sebak Porsche, and if the apology had come in pretty quickly, I would sit there and be like, fair play. You're involved in the championship, it's wrong. We'll take 10% of your prize money. Have fun. Buy me off.
You're such a docile and level-headed diplomatic human being, Lewis. I would have gone absolutely off the rev limiter if, considering that all these teams are putting in so much effort to prepare, and then with 25 minutes into the race, you get drilled into the barrier. I don't know if they'll be feeling so charitable. Maybe just playing devil's advocate, but we'll find out shortly.
Yeah, look. If someone offers me a round of golf, I can forget a lot of things. You know what I mean? So if ever we're involved in a sim racing accident, anyone listening, if we ever are involved in a sim racing accident and you don't want to be reported, just chucking a round of golf, and I can forget a great many things. No, you are right. The thing is, I go off the rails very quickly, and then I'm reasoned with quite quickly when it's like, well, that's fine. It's just a bit of racing there. But obviously these drivers are battling at the absolute highest level, and I am not. So mentalities are different, and an apology only goes so far. And it's one of those ones where I think that almost the weight of the championship will rest on the shoulders a little bit there of the Sebak Esports, because if they do report it, I have no doubts in my mind it will be a penalty. I think it is a obviously it comes down to race control. They can see it from a lot of different angles. But I think that is as I said before, slam dunk penalty. We've got side-by-side here for the race lead in the Porsche Cup category. 3 cars checking away from the Commander duo that now find themselves in 4th and 5th. Dura Esports dropping back to 6th position. So few breaks in the Porsche Cup. Still sees EMM at front. Behind that, though, there's all this going on.
Oh, my word. There's a NASCAR race going on here, going into the last part through Tiergarten, up the hill. They all somehow shuffle into position. But at the front, Frozen Speed car just making life difficult for EMM. Jochen from Frozen Speed, one of the best photographers in the motorsports business, knows this circuit inside and out and back to front, knows every little spot to get those shots during the Nürburgring season. Great opportunity there as well into turn 1, battling away the 906 Scherer machine. 916 in there too, along with the GHD motorsport car. I wonder if they must have perfectly straightened hair.
I will say they were certainly not straightened at the opening corner when GHD Motorsport was sent round. It wasn't even in the opening corner, actually. It was coming down at this part of the circuit, wasn't it, where they were spun round to the Porsche Cup. They've done a great job of getting that car refired and back onto the rear end of this train. They now found themselves in 8th in the category. So solid driving thus far from Patrick Schmidt, but ahead of all of that is once again Frozen Speed Grid and Go with 2 EMMs either side. I'm going to say this correctly so that everyone knows at home, this is not an EMM sandwich. Please never say it was an EMM sandwich. It's a Frozen Speed Grid and Go sandwich with EMM bread. You do not name a sandwich after the bread, you name it after the filling. I know it's off topic, but it's a pet peeve of mine. For everyone at home, that's how it is.
Could you say that the Frozen Speed car is sandwiched?
Sandwiched between.
Yes.
Because you could say this ham is sandwiched between 2 slices of bread. It's absolutely fine. That's no problem.
Good to know.
No worries. I'll be paying attention, Peter, all the way through this broadcast. You say it once, we'll never play golf. That's it, it's over.
That's the non-negotiable.
Absolutely. My goodness. I am on it like a car bonnet as they all work their way through the final parts of the Nordschleife in the SP10 categories. I'm constantly refreshing the race control sheet, seeing if this has been reported, by the way. No note from race control of that incident between our BS competition and the Sobak esports car. That has not been reported yet.
Most of the protests are coming from the BMW M2s, who appear to be having quite the punch-up at the moment, according to the race control protest sheet. Well, at the front of the field in SP10, as it has been all season, a BMW-dominated front of the field. SimRC just want to keep themselves out of trouble here, and they're right in behind the Falcon sim racing car that's leading the way in the Williams F1 team gaming car. Either not able to pull a big slipstream, or is, as you mentioned earlier, on sort of 95% throttle and is trying to fuel save whilst using that slipstream. Now getting a bit closer is the Williams car of Edu Eskalainen. I think he's maybe doing a bit of fuel saving there, Lewis, if I was to guess.
Definitely. It is kind of one of those. It's quite hard to tell from there as to whether there was straight into the pit lane comes Moritz Lerner. That is for a penalty. I did spot that one coming in. It will be a drive-through penalty for using pit entry coming from the Nordschleife is not allowed during qualifying. And that is because obviously people are taking the shortcut. And so if you try and go into pit entry during qualifying like that, you're obviously just going to clatter into someone. So that is not allowed in qualifying, and unfortunately did do that. Simple penalty, but a breach of error, and Moritz Lerner and the Lime GP car into the pit lane. I did think there was a little bit of fuel saving definitely coming in from Williams. I was concerned that the Falcon car had checked out into the distance as we'd seen earlier on the race, but now they're all back together. There's almost no need to be at the front of this pack. You might as well just lift and save that fuel.
speaking of Falcon, they have even more reasons to be cheerful right now in second place in overall in an SP9 in car 44. Penalty or no penalty for BS competition, they have extended that gap now from themselves to their championship rival in 6 to 12 seconds. It was 8, then 9, then 12. So actually the gap between BS competition and Falcon Sim Racing, the two championship contenders, is increasing rather than reducing. And we talked about it in qualifying. Qualifying is absolutely critical here. And if you, I mean, what an error to not have a lap count in qualifying for BS competition. They've given themselves such a mountain to climb.
Yeah, and it's... I couldn't imagine the feeling for Elias Seppänen in that qualifying session when you breach track limits. It is so unbelievably easy to do around here. It is so easy. Running wide on the exit of any corner and you get that off track. Brushing the barrier at that last turn will cancel the lap. Things like that, and when they break the lap like that, it's heartbreaking. And to then know that not only have you got that issue to deal with, the Falcon Sim Racing, the team that you're battling for this title for, is right at the front of the field.
On the front row.
That's tough. That's tough to settle.
I've got a penalty sheet update.
Oh no.
It's not what we thought though. Protest by number 44, Falcon Sim Racing, against the race leader, number 8, HRT Esports by Coanda Ford. Why? Incident pushing another car off the track. That is what they believe happened, and they've asked race control to take a look at it. So if a penalty were handed out, we don't know if it will be. If it were, that would be even more reasons to be cheerful for Falcon BMW. It's all just leaning, every bit of momentum is just swaying in their favour right now.
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot of different penalties that race control can pick. It can be drive-throughs, obviously stop-and-go penalties. It can be the additional time to your stop, so it can be, say, a 10-second time. But then obviously the pit stops do also have to meet a certain time. I can't remember, was it 30 seconds they have to be stationary for one of the stops? I cannot remember that one fully. I will go back and check the regulations in a second, because I remember that is what cost, or that is what rather gave Falcon Sim Racing the victory in the opening round of this championship, was an error on timing in the pit lane from one of the teams. No one's really made one since, so we shouldn't really need to talk about it too much, but there is a relevant thing that there is a mandated amount of time to be in pit lane for one of your stops. It's 3 wide for the race lead in the Porsche Cup, so we'll come back to that one in just a second at the top of the screen. As Frozen Speed Grid and Go will take over the race lead ahead of EMM. Finally, they work their way to the front. We've got one of the Coanders in there as well, trying to make it down the inside of the 905. That was such a late send coming in from Coander to try and get alongside the EMM car. It's given the Frozen Speed Grid and Go car a 1 second lead over the other Cup category.
Christmas Day for Frozen Speed here, because all of this bickering between EMM and Coanda is allowing them to break away. Down the inside into turn 1, block past, just gets it done. That's a brilliant manoeuvre there from Julian Sonnen in that Coanda machine, and all of a sudden EMM are back to 3rd and 4th position, and just 1.2 seconds ahead. Now Adrian Gareich has got to go purple sectors as best as he can, qualifying sectors now for him to try and break that toe, because if he can, that is key, because he's not then dragging around the cars that he's in the fight with.
Yeah, I think Julian Sonnen will also be copy-pasting that one, and if I'm in that Coanda car, I'm eyes focused on trying to catch up to the Frozen Speed Grid and Go car. If I'm in the EMM car of Raphael Renhoff and Luca Alpert, do you know what? I'm actually saying sit off the back end of that Coanda car. You know the slipstream's going to pull you around the circuit. Sit off the back end of the Coanda car and let them, without pressure, try and catch up to that Frozen Speed Grid and Go car, because if not, this race has gone and slipped through your fingers. Obviously, for the title race, it's still in the hands of the 905, and that one isn't going to change. I think they've already got the title basically secured, but it is still one of those things to have in your mind as we look at the battle for the lead in the SP10s.
speaking of the lead, the overall race leader has been handed a 5-second time penalty for that incident with the second place car, the number 44 Falcon BMW. The race control have had a look at it, and they deemed that the number 8 HRT Esports by Coanda Ford did not leave enough space for the 44 Falcon BMW, handing out 1 penalty point and 5 seconds at the next stop. The gap is 7.8, so Mitchell de Jong and the HRT Esports Ford crew should be able to hang on to it, but it will make it a lot closer.
Yeah, like I say, I think this race still in itself is in the hands of HRT Esports by Coanda. Depending on fuel usage, do remember that it is Mustang versus BMW there, first and second. I distinctly remember that the last round that you and I did together, which was round 2 of the championship, I distinctly remember the HRT Esports by Coanda leading quite a lot of that. And I think there was something on, they had to pit for more fuel or something like that. They lost a lot of time in BS competition, were able to sneak their way through to take the victory. He'll afford that once again.
Yes, they did. That's spot on. I remember that. The Ford was thirstier in that race, much thirstier than the other cars. So, but they seem to have a pace advantage. They did, I mean, on pole and pulling away at the front of the field. Now into the first bit of traffic. Just really tight in traffic. This is what Nürburgring Nordschleife racing is about, just as much as the circuit is so fearsome. The way that the racing works, the variety of machinery that competes here, both in real and virtual world, makes it really tough if you're in one of those faster cars to get through without losing a load of time. And sometimes you do lose a load of time and there's nothing you can do about it. You just have to be patient sometimes and pick your battles. I mean, look at the Nürburgring 24-hour last year. Manthey Porsche looking like they could have won the race, and an incident with an SP10 class car ended up costing them the win. So it's a huge part of the overall recipe that you need to get right to win here at the Nürburgring.
Yeah, and you love it. You love to see it. It's so entertaining as a fan, seeing these cars navigate their way through the lap traffic. It's what can create the drama in the race, what can give the opportunities. Jaden Comright nearly found a way through on Kelvin van der Linde there as they were heading through on the M2s, but there was no opportunity to be seen. SimRC and Williams F1 Team Gaming having a little bit of a battle here for second in the SP10s, but of course these lot remaining relatively close. Not too far away though from the pit sequence. I think with the SP10s they can go a little longer than an hour if I remember correctly. They should be able to get it. I think it is still 2 pit stops though for everyone outside the M2s. I think might be able to do it on 1, but every time I jump back in I always forget. I'm not a smart man.
What I'm not seeing on the penalty sheet, Lewis, is a protest towards the BS competition BMW. So they may have got away with it after that incident at Bergwerk.
Maybe an apology has worked.
Like diplomacy, the Lewis McGlade diplomacy has worked.
Look, I always say, and whether it has worked in this scenario or not, if you are involved in an incident, it is always better to just apologise. Even if you sit there and think, well, yeah, but they shouldn't have, like, blah, 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 blah. They shouldn't have shut the door. They shouldn't have done this, whatever. If you are more than 50% to blame, hold yourself accountable, go and apologise. Just do it. It solves so many problems. Just holding your hands up and being like, I was wrong. My bad. But then you also get to the point where you start going, my bad, sarcastically, which is where I ended up heading towards the end of my sim racing career, which is why I don't drive anymore. Can you imagine that? After a race, being involved in an incident, having me coming at you being like, oh, sorry, I didn't see you dive bombing me from 3.5 car lengths back. My bad. I'm sassy.
Yeah, I when I was driving, now here come BS competition past the Malakar, and what an enormous shock that there is about half of the entire Adana region there for the BS competition BMW to get through.
Yeah, that was an easy pass there, up to 4th. Now, I believe one more spot for BS competition. I think they might be back on winning the championship again. I will run some numbers and go and check out what tie breaks and such are. Also comes down to who has the fastest lap or not, which also could be a little bit of a tie break. But you return to telling your story sim racing. I'm curious now.
That was a very, very strong lap there from Elias Sepinen. 3 seconds gained back on Falcon Sim Racing. But of course, we've got to think about the traffic. I don't think Elias Sepinen has got into the worst of the traffic yet, so that's we've got to keep a watch on that. As EWJ Baumaschinen in their AMG taking the first pit stop after 41 minutes, which is a little bit on the early side, I would wager. But they get back going again. You hear that 6.2 litre V8 rumble. We will miss that car when it's gone.
Yeah,
that car will be remembered as one of the true greats. We take it for granted, I think, that AMG Mercedes, because it's been part of the fabric of endurance racing for 10 years, and you just know that they're always there. But when they're gone, we will miss them. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, I'm saying obviously we'll have saying goodbye to the Lamborghini.
Sebring, the new one's coming, the Temerario.
Yeah, we salute its for its service. The V10 Scream no longer with us. I am devastated. I'm so sad because isn't the new one? It's just a V8. I mean, don't get me wrong, V8 obviously is nothing to be grumbled at.
It's weird because the Temerario road car sounds amazing,
right? And
then the race car sounds, it's got a flat crank, so it sounds flat. I'm sure it will be a highly effective race car, no doubt about that. But yes, it's but with that type of engine, you can often get vibration. So if they can finish at Sebring after 12 hours around there, they'll know that the car's going to be good.
Yeah, no, it's fair. Very curious to see that one out on the racetrack. By the way, just at least I'm checking the points just to make sure that everyone's in the right camp when it comes to points and knowledge. It is 15 points for a victory. It is 11 points for second and 8 points for third. There is a bonus point for fast lap and a bonus point for pole position. The pole position, obviously, in SP9 category, that was already dealt with by HRT Esports by Koana, so they've got the bonus point for that, fair enough. When it comes to Falcon Sim Racing versus BS Competition, if BS Competition get into third position, they will be 1 point behind Falcon Sim Racing. If they get the fastest lap as well, they will score 9 points, and thus will be on the same points as Falcon Sim Racing. I'm just looking to try and find out about the ties on point. The first criteria for ties on points is actually penalty points. The team with the fewer penalty points over the entire season will have the higher ranking, and then, and only then, is it number of wins. I have no idea at this point, and I will go and find out, as to which one has the least penalty points.
Well, and it could well be that that's the difference so far. Again, there doesn't appear to be anything on the race control protest sheet that's it's on a Google document that we can keep an eye on. There doesn't seem to be anything for that incident between the BS Competition car and the Porsche at Bergwerk. Well, what are we talking now? 25 minutes ago. Yeah. So I think they might be in the clear there. That could be the difference of this where this championship goes. The gap between BS Competition and Falcon is actually just stretched back a little bit in the favour of Falcon. They're now 11 seconds ahead of them, but there's no cars between them now. So we are effectively a straight fight, albeit they can't see each other on circuit yet. They are watching the timings very, very closely, I'm sure.
And the reason why they are now line stand second and third position in this race is because Kelvin van der Linde and Sherritt Esports have taken a visit down into pit lane. So we'll be curious to see whether that was damage related or strategy related. Feels a little bit early for strategy, doesn't it? I mean, we do know that obviously in a typical race we would expect the SP9s to go around in a two-stop race, because normally the fuel tank in SP9s, they do tend to last roughly an hour on most circuits, most conventional circuits. Because the Nordschleife you're spending so much time on throttle at such a high average speed around here. You burn a lot of fuel around here, and that typical 1 hour stint length for an SP9 is slightly shortened down to 55 minutes normally. Yes, you do expect them to stop 3 times sometimes. You can make it on 2, but you have to do some solid fuel saving, which is not the easiest around here. But expect the 3. Sherritt Esports though still in the pit lane. That is damage. That is surely damage, because that's way off of the normal strategy.
Yeah, I mean, we wondered if the Ford was a thirsty car, but yeah, that would be a little bit too much. So yeah, it might require a little bit of repair. And at this level, it's yeah, you can't afford any delay at all. De Jong has increased his advantage at the front of the field, now 10 seconds to the good. Remember, he does have that 5-second penalty hanging over him, but he's very quickly correcting that with his pace on track.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely flying at the moment. And as I've said, at the moment, with second and third for Falcon and BS, at the moment, because the fastest lap would go the way of HRT Esports by Coanda, that bonus point for fastest lap will go the way of the HRT car and not BS competition. If they want to be locked on points, BS competition versus Falcon, they need the fastest lap as well. And at the moment, they're off it by, it was a 7 minute 50.6 for Mitchell de Jong. It's a 7:52.2 for Ellis Seppänen in the BS competition car. That is unlikely to change over the next 10 to 15 minutes. It'll be post pit stop. We might see a change on that one. Off the road, the Sherritt Esports M2, I believe, just scrambling for grip and losing a position as well.
That might not have looked much, but that would have been a big old moment on board. There's a very, very fast part of the racetrack there coming through Beloff S and through to Schwalbenschwanz. Yeah, not the place you want to really go off your usual line. It all happens very, very quickly through there. It's one of the quickest points of the entire circuit.
Maybe the Mustang is thirsty.
Yeah.
He's taking a visit into pit lane. Mitchell de Jong's relinquished the race lead over to Sindre Setsource, and he has returned into pit lane. So obviously that one more likely to be a strategy call, but it does allow Falcon Sim Racing to head to the front of the field for the first time this afternoon.
All of the looks like all the SP10 cars have come in for their first stop as well. So they're running only really 50-minute stints, curiously. And now we're starting to see a slew of SP9 stops. Here we go now.
Yeah, we've got the German Sim Racing ACV, we've got the Manfield car, Miller Esports Pro, Scherer, the Stint 1 car, which does also have a penalty to deal with, as well as the Eiffelkind car that is also in pit lane. It's going to promote the likes of Scherer Esports up the order. HRT in the hands of Mitchell de Jong comes out 50 seconds off of the race lead, currently held by Falcon Sim Racing. There he is, fresh out of the pit lane with a few SP10s to navigate his way round as well. You can see there a 31-second stop. I believe as far as I remember on the regulations, that you have 2 mandatory stops in the SP9s that have to be 30 seconds. If you have to come in for a splash and dash, that doesn't have to meet the 30-second requirement stationary time.
There's the damage on the Scherer Ford. Oh dear. Oh dear, that's front left. A lot of damage there for the car of Kelvin van der Linde, or was Kelvin van der Linde, now Jochen Krumbach. Well, so there's a few cars that have been able to get onto their 8th lap of the stint, which are critically the 2 championship contending cars, the Falcon 44 and the BS competition number 1 BMWs. The Malif Ford of Jaden Conroy in 3rd, so that is really interesting. So Jaden Conroy able to get into that 8th lap in the Mustang. Then it's the Nürburgring Aston of Alexei Nezov, the Sim RC number 13 Mustang of Alex Moore also. So there's actually a reasonable mix there of 3 different manufacturers there in that top 5 that have been able to stretch to that 8th lap. But to do that here, that does require quite a bit of fuel save to make that happen.
Yeah, they've certainly played some of their cards right. Here comes look. I was going to say, look to the inside for the EMM car, trying to attack the 905, but that one wasn't actually happening. It was more defending back from the Coanda. We saw the top 3 or 4 breaking away from the second Coanda car, Endura Esports. They are all now back to being one big train here in the Porsche Cup category, the second of our category. So that's great to see. With 9 minutes shy of the hour, I mean, the expectations is going to take us all the way into our first pit stop of the afternoon. This battle remaining extremely tight. And look, this is, we say it kind of fairly frequently when we go racing around here. This is the category which tends not to disappoint. Always some great races. Yes, EMM have come out on top in all 3 of the races, but that kind of doesn't tell the full story. We've seen so many good moments in the Porsche Cup category over the years here in the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. Again, it's showing again.
It is. Yeah, really, really close at the front of the field. The frozen speed machine not quite able to make that breakaway at the front of the field, because it's now Coanda who are at the front ahead of them. So, but there's still, I mean, a 5-car, well, make it 6-car bunch that are all really close together at the moment. How much of an advantage is that going to be for those top 5 in SP9 who've been able to stretch it to that 8th lap? I think quite a big one. But I guess the good thing is, Lewis, is that, again, because both BS Competition and Falcon are running in the same car, they're both in the BMW, there's not one manufacturer that has any, one team that has an advantage over the other, because they're starting with the same stuff. So that is very much a straight fight between those two, although the gap is now up to 12 seconds between them.
Yeah, I think maybe some clean air. Sindre Setsource has been putting the right foot down quite hard. 12 seconds. Like I say, it's gone up by a couple of seconds over this lap. Wonder if Elias Seppänen is a little bit more involved with some traffic at present. And I mean, that's just the ebb and flow of traffic management, isn't it? Sometimes that you'll have a good lap where you can pick your way through and have a clean run. Sometimes you can't. And for them, obviously for BS Competition, if they are requiring that fast lap like we believe, they are going to need to find some clean air post pit stop. This is navigating some lap traffic here. SP10 is trying to get past one of the M2s. That M2 is not a BMW M4 that sits in that SP10 category. Can be sometimes a bit hard to pick the difference.
It can be, yeah, it can be. We're almost at a third race distance now. See the driver changes, and that that can switch the order of things as well, where some teams will, if they have the choice, and the other, of course, in SP9 you have to put your real world driver in first, but in the other categories you have the free choice of who you put in and when, and sometimes that can change the order round a bit as well. The top 5 in SP9 should be making their way around to the pits very soon. Actually, they're into the 3rd sector now on the racetrack. So heading to about last quarter of the lap now.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be seeing obviously after the end of lap 8, the SP9 contingent heading their way onto pit lane. Not sure then how long this race is expected to be. My predicted lap count puts it at 23, but that can't be possible if we've completed 7 laps and we're 2 hours and 6 minutes left to go in the race. But it is normally around the 23-24 lap. Unless, are we on lap 7 or have we completed 7 laps?
Completed 7.
Yeah, that's what I thought. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it later on in the race, but obviously some pit stops still to deal with the SP9s. And the Cup we kind of see get to the hour with relative ease from memory, and that's why they sometimes cause some issues in the SP9 category, because of the straight line speed of those Cup cars.
They do, yeah. They can be a real pest to get around, because the bit where the SP9 car is faster, which is through the corners or in the braking, but those are generally the parts of this racetrack where there's just no way to get through. Whereas on the straight, where there is space, that's where the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring cars are really fast in a straight line. Right with Norby Kiss as he comes through the Beloff S and into Schwalbenfurt. This is that corner right there. That's Kevin Extra's favourite corner. coming in now into Schadenfreunden up towards the Kleine Carousel. And pop out, and you're looking up the hill towards Galgenkopf, trying to get that exit just right, up on the curb there, and then over towards the right, clips the apex. Oh yeah, carrying loads of speed there through Galgenkopf, and then you just catapult onto the Dosinger Hohe, and you can take a bit of a deep breath.
Heard what Kevin Astra's favourite corner is. What's your favourite corner, Peter Mackay, as the top two come into the pit lane?
Schwedenkreuz.
Same, literally same. Absolutely love Schwedenkreuz. That braking zone to Arenberg is so good.
Yeah, you're just like, oh, please stop, please. Yeah, Schwedenkreuz is pretty cool.
I absolutely agree on that one, as the top 5 cars in SP9 have ventured their way down into pit lane. A bit of a driver swap as Falcon Sim Racing will have Lewis Woods behind the wheel. Before that's happening though, we've got a bit of a switch here for the race lead in the SP10s. Once again, they top 3 that have been fighting around, chop and change, and they return to the order they were earlier on. Sim RC, Falcon Sim Racing and Williams F1 Team Gaming now into the race lead for Sim RC. No venturing into pit lane for them. They're going to head their way out and continue their way around and give them some traffic for this lot to deal with. BS Competition rolling off the pit lane. Falcon Sim Racing in the hands of Lewis Woods has already left the pit lane. Felix Quernbach is now behind the wheel of BS Competition.
A little bit of traffic for the BS Competition SP9 machine there, with the 3 leading SP10 cars battling away with one another. So what this means after that pit stop time. Now, here's a question for you, Lewis. 5-second penalty for the HRT Esports by Coanda had. Does that count as part of their pit stop time, or is it right? So that might mean then that Mitchell de Jong, now has he served the penalty? That's the question.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Plenty of questions to be asked and answers. The first hour of the Bilstein 3-hour season finale of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series is about to come to an end. Still 2 hours of fantastic racing left to go. Pit stops have been served by teams up and down the SP9 category. We await those in the Porsche Cup category. And I'm sure we're in for some heavy drama. Let's see what's been happening with the Porsche Cup, heading down onto the end of the Dittinger Hoa. It was the Frozen Speed Grid and Go-Kart getting to the outside of Coanda. EMM were looking to try and make it 3 wide and sneak their way back into the race lead. They are running first and second in the Porsche Cup category. It's back to 3 wide between a lot of them, and they are able to work their way back through some great moves as we were having a little bit of a breather then. And once again, they find their way back to single file. A 6-car fight in that Porsche Cup category. Excellent stuff. Obviously, it's myself, Lewis McGlade, it's Peter Mackay in the commentary booth through this season finale as they all dart their way into pit lane.
Before ducking into the break, we were considering what the race leader had done in the previous pit stop, and they have served that 5-second penalty. So what that means is that their time in the box was only 26 seconds. So they've still got their 2 30 seconds or more stops to do, Lewis. So they've kind of switched the strategy around.
I will counter that with one thing, is I can't remember. I'm pretty sure when they serve the 5-second time penalty, that is not done in your pit box. You do that in the penalty box first, which is on the entrance to pit lane, and then you head to your box if memory serves. And in that sense, it wouldn't show up. So their 31 seconds would be the stationary time in their own box. So
You're right.
I think they have still ticked off the first of their mandatory 30-second requirements in the pit lane.
Okay, so that is a real gap, the 7.4 seconds.
Yeah, I do believe so. Meanwhile, SimRC have been off the road. They've found their way back onto it and right into the midst of the fight for the race lead in the SP10s between a trio of BMW, SimRC, Williams F1 Team Gaming and Falcon Sim Racing, who are separated by very little, although slightly more now that pesky SP9's thrown them apart.
Yeah, but this is what happens as well when you get that little bit of a mix-up in traffic. It can really break up those battles that have been all so close in the opening hour of the race, and when the pit stops come through, yeah, that just shuffles the pack even more through. Though this first opening stanza, BS Competition are 15 seconds now behind the Falcon Sim Racing BMW team, so they're losing time rather than gaining it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is some of the nature of it around here, that you just get caught up in basically other people's business. 9 seconds, so 9 seconds to 7 seconds, well, I can read times. 7 seconds between Mitchell de Jong and Lewis Woods. Interestingly, Coanda, the race lead of SP9, did not switch drivers, nor did Nürburgring Esports. There's a couple of others. The Manfilter team by WWR did not switch drivers. Shezza Esports keep Norby Kish behind the wheel. But Falcon Sim Racing, they've switched out for Lewis Woods. BS Competition, Seppelin's got outfits. Quernbach's got in behind the wheel. Mahler's got Kate Kashuba behind the wheel as well now. So there have been a few switches from drivers in that category. And I know these are the very best in sim racing, but I've always said that in these kind of races, to jump in and jump out of these races when you have to be, that was close, you can't just jump in and you do a couple of laps where you're 5-6 seconds off the pace and just build your way up into it. You can't do that. You have to jump in and be at speed immediately.
You do, yeah, for sure, and that takes a lot of preparation time. I mean, this is the biggest difference, I think, between the sim racing world and the outdoor world of motorsport, is that in the outdoor world of motorsport, you've got a huge limitation on the testing that you can do. Normally, it comes down to track availability, budget, fuel, tires, etc. Sometimes by regulation, you can't go testing. Whereas in the sim, it's unlimited. As much time as you can give to it, you can do it. So therefore, everybody has that potential to perform, and if you're not putting in the work, you will get left behind.
That's why I always find pro drivers in motorsport so impressive when they do races like this, racing like the Bathurst 12-hour and Spa 24-hour. You know, where you're a multi-driver team and it's not a fully pro outfit, and so you have your AM, and you want the AM to have as much track time as possible, and so you as the pro almost sacrifice time so that the AM can be out there more. And I remember speaking to a friend of mine going into the Bathurst 12. I'm pretty sure I already told you this story before, probably even said it on this broadcast. There's a pro driver going to the Bathurst 12-hour a couple of years ago. He was like, I think before the race started, I think he said he did single-digit amount of laps around there. Obviously, you do all your work on the sim as well, so you're still relatively prepared, but single-digit amount of laps around that circuit, which is mental.
Oh my. That is. I mean, the good thing is, though, is if you're a factory GT driver, is that you're in the car all the time. You're right, different circuit, particularly somewhere like Bathurst, that is, a nerve-wracking lack of practice. Particularly if you're going to be starting the race in the dark.
Mm-hmm. No, thank you. No, thank you. I mean, I've always said that, driving in the night, you're effectively driving a different circuit, and that's not even in terms of grip. That's just terms of what your eyes looking at, and that is one of the hardest bits. Where I think the French race. I'm not allowed to say. Oh, no, it's fine. The 24 Hour Le Mans. I did it a few years ago, different platform, sim racing, whatnot. I did all of my practice at night, and then there's one time where they were like, right, here's the practice session, we're going to jump on. It's a day practice session, but it's fine. Because I did all of my practice at night, I had no idea. Like, there was almost too much reference. I could barely drive. I could barely keep it on the road because your reference is completely different. And so I couldn't imagine what that would be like, being like, yeah, start with, what was it, 6 o'clock in the morning, hop in the car, off you go. Don't worry about it as the battle for the cup lead continues.
But it does. EMM all of a sudden are at the front of the field, and pit stop wise they're exactly the same in terms of time at the pump. So that's interesting. They've been able to make a breakaway, maybe through the traffic perhaps, but they have definitely broken the field. They're 3 seconds up the road from the chasing Coanda esports car, Dur Esports, and for Frozen Speed, they have kind of lost the thread a little. They're now about 5 seconds off the leading car. They're still in touch as such, but Dur Esports have done really well through that pit stop phase, pit stop sequence.
I do remember those 6 cars all came in with each other. They were basically right on top of each other, had position switches on the Digital before they came into pit lane. This is the Frozen Speed car getting past Dur. The big loser in all of this is definitely the Coanda 917, which was stationary in pit lane for a bit longer than the others, and in turn has lost about 6 seconds off the rear end of this group. Hopefully we'll be able to close the way back up. I believe Sean Ter's one of the ones racing from the renovated Purple Racing facility, which I'm wisely informed there's quite a lot of people there in Cologne watching the Coanda team race around, which I'm sure is that added pressure. Not only do you have people watching, you've got the pressure of trying to get a decent result in the championship, team bosses, your teammates, this, that and the other. Chuck 60 people in there that are keeping a keen eye on you in Cologne, and suddenly the pressure is risen as the M2s are in the pit lane and BS Competition leave champs leader and race leader as well.
BS Competition, reasons to be cheerful in that category, but they're just starting to turn the tides a little in that battle for the championship in SP9, with Falcon Sim Racing now just 13.9 seconds ahead from second to third place. But how are we looking in terms of live championship there, Lewis? Because I mean, fastest lap of the race is not even up for discussion right now. The HRT Esports Ford team have that absolutely sewn up as well, and I don't envisage that being taken now that the circuit is kind of mixed up with traffic. So where that, I guess, would put us 3 points between them. Falcon would, well, of course, finishing ahead, they would be they would win by 1 point if we finished as we were. Oh my goodness.
And that is why that fastest lap is so important. Not even thinking about the first tiebreaker, which is license points, which again I will go and double check. Should we see that fast lap go the way of BS Competition, we'll definitely be well aware as to what's happening on the license point structure. Right now, it doesn't matter too much because BS Competition don't have the fast lap in the hands of Felix Quernbach, and I'm not seeing that gap changing too much. I'm not thinking the fast lap is going to go the way of BS Competition just yet. It may come down to that final stint if they do a splash dash or whatnot. There's a lot of strategy still to be worked out for the various teams, but you're absolutely spot on. If everything were to finish as it currently stands, Falcon Sim Racing will end the season as they started it, championship leaders. They won the first race of this campaign, and they would be ending it not with a race victory, but with the title. A lot to deal with in that, and you know what, they may end up ending it with victory. You never know. HRT Esports by Coanda are leading by 8 seconds, but one thing that I will note, yes, they've served their 5 second time punch in the pit lane, but I've got to say, Falcon Sim Racing's pit stop was about 5.5 seconds longer than HRT Esports. I think they've put more fuel in that BMW to try and make it a bit more of a splash for their third and final stop. Whereas HRT Esports by Coanda, by my maths, looking at their numbers and the fact they came in when they did, I think they're trying to make it 3 more relatively even pit stops for them this afternoon.
Yeah, there's definitely different ways that you can split it up, and I like that, having that little bit of a strategical window open so that you can play with, and it's unclear what really is the best one by the time you only really know once the cars have come out of their final pit stop, and then you really see the kind of very truest picture. Still not a half race distance yet, so there's a lot of racing still to go. One thing is for sure though, is that HRT Esports by Coanda, I mean, they seem to have a big edge over the field there. Despite that 5-second penalty, they're already back up to 9 seconds, so they've reclaimed that time already that they had to give away in the penalty box, pulling away from Falcon Sim Racing. But maybe though, if you're Falcon Sim Racing, Lewis, actually you're looking behind to be as competition rather than ahead, because they don't actually have to win the race. Where they are is good enough. They are in position to win the championship if everything finished as it was.
Absolutely. And if they were, in the hands of Lewis Woods, able to steal away the fastest lap, maybe that will make things even more comfortable. At the moment, that fastest lap is being held by HRT Esports by Coanda. If Falcon can steal it and take it off of HRT Esports by Coanda and keep it from being stolen away by BS Competition, then yes, you're absolutely right. There, I would comfortably take second position in this race if it meant that we were going to take the title. They've already got a race victory to their name in the first round of the season, so they're not super duper hungry for that. The thing they're hungry for is the SP9 crown. We ride on board with Kei Kashiba in the Marla Racing Team car. Alexei Nesov, the Nürburgring Esports, is the one ahead in the number 42. We get to the end of the Dittinger and the Aston Martin is going to hold that defensive line. Kei Kashiba is going to look to the outside, but I'm not sure it's alongside enough to really do anything major. He's going to carry that speed around the outside of Anton Spooker, coming down towards Tiergarten. And it will be the mighty Mustang ahead of the Aston Martin.
Yeah, how do you like V8 muscle? Do you like your V8 muscle from Detroit or from Oxfordshire? Well, actually,
yeah, I was going to say. Do you know what?
Stuttgart.
Yeah, I was going to say. I'm like, normally I'd sit there and I'd be like, the Aston Martin. I mean, being British, you kind of have to lean towards it. But I don't know where it's coming. I've got a real soft spot for that Mustang, and I like it. Even when I was seeing them, obviously, British GT when they were racing, there was a Mustang in the GT4s in that, and really enjoyed seeing the Mustang go around and seeing a GT3 variant here in the SP9 category. I mean, like I said, I was a little bit concerned, maybe not like 100% sold on it when it was first announced and that project was first put into place. I think it's such a good fit. It really does work. It looks right in the category. It looks aggressive and mean, and when you're seeing it going toe to toe with an Aston Martin, with a Mercedes, with a Porsche, with Lamborghinis and Ferraris and stuff, it just looks right.
It does, yeah, it does, and it's. I think I like about it as well is the GT3 category is it's so relevant to what you can see out there on the street. I mean, okay, you don't see Aston Martins or even Mustangs every day, but you see them every now and again, and that's special. And so when you see a racing version of it as well, it's relatable. You pick up any car magazine and you'll see the road-going versions of these cars, which are obviously heavily converted for racing, but they're on the front covers of the car magazines. They are the exotica, and that's what we love to see.
Yeah, sadly, the only Mustangs that I see on a regular basis is that the EMAC Mustang, which is not a Mustang at all.
It's not, no. Neither is the Capri a Capri.
No. I actually saw a Capri the other day, as in an actual Capri.
Oh, real one?
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Love a Capri. Group 5 Capri.
Oh.
Absolutely love. I mean, Group 5 cars in general are mental, and I love them. And if there was one category that I would love to see on iRacing, it would be Group 5. Even though I know no one would drive them. I don't care. I just want to see them.
We do. That's what we want to see. Well, at the moment, the number 917 of Coanda Esports, Sean Terr, right behind Smirillis Racing Nicholas Last. That Smirillis car had some connection issues earlier on, which luckily they've been able to keep going. Meanwhile, Frozen Speed trying to hold on to their third position, just ahead of Coanda Esports, which they do. So actually some good moves going forward there from Frozen Speed. Managed to break the Doer Esports car, but up the road, 3.5 seconds up the road, EMM doing what they've done all season.
Yeah, and importantly, it is those two EMM cars that are together. So where if it was EMM and Frozen Speed by Grid and Go, where you'd see those two battling consistently on the Dittinger or going side by side down into Tiergarten, the fact that it's the two EMM cars, Luca Alpert and Raphael Renhofer, who sit line astern first and second, they'll be playing some strategic games to keep them either that way round or change it if the slipstream would be advantageous to flick around to the Dittinger. Things like that, they can play those strategy games between them. So theoretically speaking, as long as they play their strategy all right, EMM are very much in prime position to take yet another victory and sweep the class. They would take all 4 victories from 4 races, of course, BS competition, the other ones that are capable of doing that in the BMW M2 category.
That would be quite impressive in that category to be able to pull that off. They've got an hour and 43 minutes ahead of them to try and get that achievement. Nürburgring Esports in there as well. They actually have one thing. I've been to the Nürburgring now 3 times, and I've never been to the esports bar.
No,
I need to do that next time.
I mean, I've been twice, but Arjuna, who's the biggest fan of the circuit that I know, has been here 0 times, so that's good. We've got that apron. Fine. And we're honest about our golf handicap, unlike Arjuna, it's fine. No, honestly, it's the home of motorsport for a reason. I came here I've come here twice. Once was when Sim Expo was here, obviously, a great sim racing event. I know it's moved away from the Nürburgring, but still it kind of feels like it's its home still. And I came here for the big race, the 24-hour in 2018, which was the moment that I realised that I need to stop being a sim racing driver, because I ain't going to make no money doing that, because I am not good enough. And then decided to move into company perspective. It is a wonderful place to be, and it is great that it feels like a home of motor racing. And with things like the esports bar, racing cafe, and whatnot, it almost feels like a little bit of a home of sim racing as well, to a degree. So it's nice. It's got the double whammy.
Yeah, I like that idea. It's always nice as well to have a go on a proper rig as well, rather than cobbled together setup. I've got it at home. It's really cool to let people experience it for the first time too. I remember before I got my own rig, I don't think the bar's there anymore, but there was a bar in London in Shoreditch that had a proper setup actually, with a central course it was, and I was like, I've got to get myself one of these, and here we are.
Yeah,
years later.
I mean, it's becoming a bit more commonplace, isn't it? Places like Simply Race, of course, run by Mike Harris, well involved in the world of sim racing on broadcast and stuff. Who obviously has 2 spots, Milton Keynes and Manchester at the Trafford Centre. You've also got Drive Lounge, of course. They've got one in the Westfield Shopping Centre in White City in London, and I work there probably 10 or 12 times a year in White City in London, and I still haven't been. Isn't that bad? I told it back. I wasn't invited to the opening day, so I hold it against them.
Awkward. Do they know who you are? Do they know you've won not one, but two VCO Best Commentator Awards?
They do, mostly for the fact of, obviously, name drop here, Steve Alvarez Brown, Super GT, is well invested in Drive Lounge, and not too long before they opened that place in the West. So we were doing some work together, and I kept mentioning that. Clearly didn't go in. Just fine, don't worry about it.
Obviously not.
No, I'm just a small fry to this lot. No, obviously sim racing's more accessible than it's ever been. But those proper sims, you know, the ones like the motion rigs, I'm not big on them. But there's someone who was well involved in sim racing when I was getting into it, a guy called Robert Wiesemuller. I saw him behind the wheel of a motion rig. Probably one of the scariest things I've ever seen in my life. He was throwing that thing around and he looked intense behind the wheel. I was terrified, genuinely.
I have seen a motion rig of someone driving a rally game in an Audi Quattro, and there was a lot going on. Like I say, I think I'd rather it just be on steady ground. And VR, no, that's the one-way ticket to Vom City.
I've got VR. I have raced in VR a couple of times. It has its pluses and minuses, and I do think to a degree it will be the future of sim racing. To a degree. There are certain things that need to change. For example, it's very hot. Right now, I always use this example. Let's say you're driving around a circuit like this, and you know, it's intense work, isn't it? You know that in the middle of a race, your heart rate is actually quite high. It's not far off cardiovascular exercise when you're in a race. Not just driving around the circuit, because it's not the physicality of driving; it's that mental focus. You can get your heart rate up to 140, 150. I've seen even in intense battles. Jamie Flew once posted his heart rate from a 15-minute race that he got his up to. I think it was like 175 in the middle of the race. That creates a lot of sweat, a lot of heat, a lot of sweat. When that sweat starts to go down your forehead and then around your eyes, with VR attached to your face, how do you get rid of it? How do you stop that sweat drop on the end of your nose?
Oh,
right.
As soon as the sweat goes in your eyes, you're in trouble.
Yeah. So to deal with that, you have to get your hand under the VR. You have to move the screen, your one thing that you're focused on to see where you're going. You have to move that slightly out of the way to get to it. That is an issue. Let's go with that. So that for me is my main issue with VR. It's the heat, and also it does get quite hot. But the heat of it, the heat of you during the race, and for a lot of people, motion sickness. So I get it, but doing the odd lap in it's pretty cool.
Yeah, 1 or 2 laps. That's enough. That's enough. Well,
give me triple screens.
We talked about how SimRC and SP10 they had to just no risk, be nice and tidy. They're just pulling away at the front of the field. They're doing a superb job. They're wanting to win this championship from the front. Meanwhile, in second, Falcon Sim Racing, they've got their mirrors full of the Williams F1 team gaming car in third place. So, and the more that they fight, the easier it will be for SimRC to pull away and drive away into the distance with the championship trophy in the boot.
Yeah, I think when this trio were extremely close between SimRC, Falcon Sim Racing, the Williams F1 team gaming car, they were all really close. Then, awkwardly, to a degree, the SimRC SP9 car was off the road, going up to, I believe, Ardnau Force. When it rejoined, it separated those three. And that, in turn, has allowed Adam Isaacson to pull away by, as you're quite rightly pointing out, about 6 seconds. In that category. It does seem as though that at least in the lower categories, victory does seem to be coming by the team that is destined to become champion. BS Competition is cocked behind the wheel in the M2s, as we're starting to see an SP10 M4 onto pit lane. Yeah, BS Competition in control of the M2 category and the title race in that as well. SimRC very much the same in the SP10s. They are in control of the title race and this given race as well. Same with EMM 1-2. They're running in the Porsche Cup. The one that's a bit more open and up in the air, as it was coming into the round, is the SP9s, which is definitely not done. A lot more to talk about as we're rushing in to the halfway point of this race. Look at that lead for BS Competition at the bottom of your screen. 40, nearly 15 seconds BS Competition lead in this M2 category. They have been the dominant force, and it is showing.
It is, yeah, they're really showing their class. Coming back to that SP10 discussion, SimRC, the championship leaders and race leaders, they had a little bit of a nervy period just a few moments ago, because Williams F1 Team Gaming protested them for a pit lane infringement, but race control have looked at it and deemed no further action because they said there's another car beside driving as well as possible in the fast lane. So it was something to do with a little bit of a disagreement in the pit lane, but SimRC cleared of any wrongdoing there, which is critical, of course. The last thing they want when trying to get a championship sewn up is any penalties hanging over them.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, the penalties are the one thing that's going to stop and change things around. To the man-filtered team by WWR. Oh, I mean, to be fair, good to keep the rear end out of the barrier, good to keep the front end out of the barrier. Do you know what? You would take that every single day of the week, having a spin there. That's terrifying, I'm sure, for Norby Kish and Shez at eSport. But if you can have a spin around here and not clip a barrier on either side, it was very close with the rear, you would absolutely take that every single day of the week.
I think you as soon as you're finished, you take a one-way route straight to the Tankstelle, the petrol station on the Dottinger Ho, and buy a lottery ticket, because there's the chances of you spinning around here and not hitting the barrier are almost nil. Absolutely. And then when you do win the lottery, you can then spend it all on model cars in the Tankstelle.
Yeah. And do you know what? It's actually one thing. I actually don't have any model cars. I've been very good in my time.
I've got a few Legos.
I've got two. Well, I've got two Lego cars. I've got one Lego car and one Lego Millennium Falcon, but not the enormous one.
I do have on my desk right now an Audi RS5 Class 1 DTM model, which I got from the Tankstelle.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice. What Lego cars have you got?
I've got a Ferrari 512M, which I actually bought at Bologna Airport when Ryanair decided to delay it for 7 hours.
Classic.
So I bought it in the duty free and built it while we were waiting. I've got a Porsche 930 Turbo, a Mustang, and an Audi Quattro Group E car.
Nice.
There you go.
I have the Porsche 911 RSR.
Oh, nice.
Which was, and this is kind of a little bit, I didn't pay for it. Just context.
You're a big deal.
Lego. It was a prize for a championship, and Lego wanted me and Arjuna. Arjuna has one as well. He wanted us to. They wanted us to have one, as there was a prize. It was for each round. It was a 6-round championship. One of them was given out for each round, and so they said, "Well, you can have two." So me and Arjuna got one, Arjuna got the other, and they wanted us to have them built so we could show them on broadcast. I was like, mate, I'll absolutely will do that. And it was when the Tokyo Olympic Games were on. So for 3 mornings, it's quite a big set. For 3 mornings, I woke up, went downstairs into the kitchen, put the Olympics on, and just played with my Lego. What a time to be alive!
Love it. Josh Hislop giving chase to his fellow Aston Martin driver there as they come down the Dottinger Ho, and there's a couple of Fords there in the mix as well. Norby Kiss, Jochen Krumbach, Luke Schneider is leading this quartet as they rush up the hill, up the Dottinger Ho right now. Absolutely flat stick underneath the Antonius Bucher bridge, and then into the dip at Tiergarten where, you used to get that compression. Here comes Hislop. Hislop going through. Whoa. Oh, no. Oh, dear.
Well, unfortunately, it was always going to happen. German Sim Racing sent round and thankfully didn't get spat back out into the front of Shezza Esports and, of course, Sheriff Esports. Quite hard to say those two back-to-back, isn't it? But that, unfortunately, was always looking like it was going to happen.
Yeah, that's a shame for Luke Schneider. I don't really know what much he could have done there, and I think that might be a protest going in for Josh Hislop. I mean, how many times do we see that at Tiergarten where the driver behind will get a good slipstream, set the move up through Antonius Bucher, and then go for it up into the Tiergarten, and it just narrows and it's so fast there. I mean, who could forget 3 years ago now, the Vantor brothers getting into it there early on in the race. Let's get another look at it then. So Hislop, there is a car's length there. He's right alongside and then just comes into the side of him.
I think it was clipping that curb on the right-hand side, and it just, obviously, when you do that, it's so narrow around there. It feels like you've got so much space because the walls are so far away. The walls aren't the problem. It's like I said, just got to be like really navigating those massive curbs, and that's what they didn't, unfortunately.
Oh, we're halfway there.
Certainly are. 90 minutes down, 90 minutes left to go in the Bill Stein 3-hour season finale of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. There's the HT Esports by Commander leading the way by 10 seconds over Falcon Sim Racing, who at the moment are in position to steal away the SP9 crown from BS Competition, who came into this round with a 2-point lead. It's a 1-point deficit for BS Competition as things hold on. For the other categories, for the Porsche Esports Endurance Nürburgring, that one is going to be separated or already sorted out for EMM as they switch round. They've already got the title. For the M2 as well, it's BS Competition's title to lose. For SimRC, they are in position as well to steal the title if they don't crash. That'll be the important bit. For Simulator Esports, though, who are running on board with Norby Kish directly behind, the Shezza Esports car is trying to find that way round, but cannot get past the Simulator Esports car that's already been involved in some drama.
A lot, yeah. Norby Kiss right there behind in the Mustang. Big exhalation of breath there as they come up towards Schwedenkreuz. Oh, so fast through there. About 275 kilometers an hour. Oh, right on the case of Josh Hislop now.
Down the hill into the massive compression at Foxhole, up towards Ardnau Forst. I mean, you've got to say, looking at this, it is definitely advantage on speed to Norby Kish. Josh Hislop off the apex again, cannot find that car down to the apex, comes to an absolute stop on the exit of Ardnau Forst, and once again Norby Kish is left waiting. Communication, I'm sure, to his teammate for Norby Kish, you can see there in the top left of your screen, and frustrations starting to build. There was almost an opportunity there, but you can see that Josh Hislop is struggling in the Simulator Esports Pro car. There's a look down the inside of Callan. There we go. That was the concept that was always going to happen. The Simulator Esports car is sent round into the Barrett. It's going to lose a bit of the rear end as well.
Yeah, there was never room there going through Callan Hard. Never, ever room. And yeah, showing a nose there, there's only going to be one result, isn't there?
It's a shame. It is a shame. Race Control will be having a look with... Well, it depends if it's obviously reported. I think that one might well be. Obviously, we've had the discussions that Race Control will be having a look at various, many things. We've already seen dramas just like that. Very reminiscent of the incident we saw earlier on when there was contact between BS Competition and, unfortunately, the Seaback Esports car at this very corner. And a touch between them obviously sent the Seaback car down the order, and with some suspension damage. They even had more drama after that. That one was not reported, as far as I can see, to Race Control. See it once more.
Slam dunk.
It really is.
Yeah, well, there's of course a protest, understandably, from German sim racing, and Race Control actually have called it the one between German sim racing and the Simulator Esports, the two Aston Martins that happened just a moment ago at Hohenrhein, but at the end of Tiergarten. But yeah, I would think that will be a fairly slam dunk penalty as well. It's been a pretty eventful day for Shezza Esport, starting from the pit lane, having to fight their way back, and that's going to put them a little bit more on the back foot.
Yeah, I'm just having a look through various bits from Race Control, just to double check that we haven't missed anything. BS Competition have not been reported. That still remains, considering that result was over an hour ago for the Seaback Esports team. I'm pretty sure that there is no report coming in for that one. They can drop it until 15 minutes after the race is concluded. That is the last moment that they can make a report from Race Control. The most recent one will be a penalty for Josh Hislop. Obviously, yes, we just saw him sent around into the barrier, but obviously that contact between themselves and the German sim racing by DEACV car that incident coming down into Tiergarten has been reviewed by race control and adjudicated as a drive-through penalty for the number 7 Smillet Esports Pro car. So from bad to worse for them, unfortunately, just because they've been punted off into the barrier doesn't mean that penalty isn't going to be.
No, we'll keep a close watch on the penalty board then, which has been fairly busy today. Lots going on. What are we up to now? We're up to incident number 29. That's a lot of stuff to look at.
Yeah, it's interesting. Now that I've refreshed it, that incident has gone missing. The one that I was just mentioning between the German Sim Racing and Smillet Esports. So what could potentially happen then is Smillet Esports could have, I guess, appealed it, and that's why it's been removed from the list for now. But we will update you if it pops back on. And whilst that's happening, we'll keep our eyes glued to this fight for second position. Smillet Esports red between Venari, who we're on board with, and the Wolf Motorsport car that sits second in this category. The fight for second place seems as though it's the only or the highest up fight that we're going to see here in the M2 category, because BS Competition have said, well, they don't want any part in anyone else's fight this afternoon. They're going to cruise their way to a 4th consecutive victory and a title with it.
Well, their race leader, or former race leader, is in the pits now. IHRT Esports by Coanda Ford. They've done a driver change, taking Mitchell de Jong out of that car, and Lewis Belaika is now in. Had been opening up a very good gap there as well. So we'll see if Louis can continue the brilliant pace that Mitchell de Jong's had, not only in the race, but critically in qualifying as well. The gap between the two championship contenders, it has come down a bit, Lewis. Oh, now this is absolutely critical. Guess who's now got the fastest lap of the race? BS Competition, 7 minutes 49.995, the only car to make it into the 49s. Now that would then mean that the two, both, if we finished as we were, Falcon and BS Competition would be exactly the same on championship points, and it would come down to who has the least penalty points.
I will go and send a quick message to race control to see who has the most penalty points between those two teams, as to who would win the championship in that case. Because yes, I did just notice that as soon as you point it out. My goodness, look. It just has to be, doesn't it? It just has to be. Those two finishing the season locked on points. I've seen it a few times in sim racing where you get the championship come down to nil points, 0 points, and it seems as though that might be the case here this afternoon. That race control penalty, you've got the message there on your screen, the penalty that I was suggesting, then it disappeared and then it came back. It is indeed a penalty for Josh Hislop. After that contact between Smillet Esports Pro and the German simracing.de car. We've got the two Scherer Esports cars here in 8th and 9th. I believe they are the highest play. Oh no, sorry, there's the second highest. There's the second and third technically in the AM category, because Carlar are the ones that are ahead of the AMs. You can see that's noted by the ticks next to their names on the left-hand side of your screen, where you've got the PEETN. The Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nordschleife, that category there. Green check means pro, red check means amateur, which both myself and Peter, I hope you're all right with me saying it, we would absolutely, 7 days out of 7, we'd be in the AM category comfortably.
No doubt about that. Yes, no doubt. Although I had a win the other day.
Did you?
Yes, in the Kelly Moss Sim Racing Championship at Long Beach on Wednesday night. Oh. I won the VIP class for very irritating people. Me and one other driver. The other driver started at the back of the grid and got a bit stuck in a Long Beach traffic jam, and I managed to not hit the wall and won. So I was very pleased. And the other driver was IndyCar driver Dan Clark as well.
Wow.
I was very pleased with myself. Yes. They don't come often, so I have to mention.
I mean, I cannot tell you the last time I won an racing. I think so. The problem is obviously when I intend to do league races. If I ever do official races, I have a significant problem where my I rating is higher than my ability level. My ability level in sim racing, because I don't drive anymore. My ability level in sim racing is probably not far off 1.8 to 2k, right? Probably in that kind of camp is about where my ability level is, and my I rating is 3.3, I think.
Oh no!
But the problem is, you would sit there and you'd just be like, well, just go and lose some I rating then. And I thought about that for a little while. For one, you get precious about it when you're in the middle of the race. You can't help it. For two, I did 3 Formula 4 races back to back where I was the slowest car on circuit by quite a way. And you would think, obviously, you're going to lose some I rating there. In all 3 races, I gained. All 3 of them, I gained I rating. And the reason is everyone crashes. And it's just kind of like, I'm trying to lose I rating here. And it's sometimes it's a good problem to have, I guess, but it means that I have accepted that I have won my last iRacing race, and I won it a long time ago.
Maybe you need to come in as the gold or platinum driver in our team.
Is that what you reckon?
Yes.
Good. Well, I mean, surely I'm a really bad gold driver.
Doesn't matter, but I would say mine's probably a little bit lower than it probably should be.
No, I'm definitely not quick on this. Every time I drive this, I think that's why I lose. You know, I obviously don't practice anymore. I think practicing is one of the hardest things to do in sim racing, and the reason for that is the mental focus. If you're watching this and you're thinking, "Cool, these drivers, they're obviously very well practiced." That was a little bit wide there from the Sherritt Esports car and nearly into the barrier. Miss, hit, miss. That was nearly miss, hit, miss, hit. When it comes to that barrier there on the left-hand side. But no, when it comes to practice, especially for special events and things like that, for every lap they do in the race, they are probably doing, at a bare minimum 3 laps for each lap in the race. Normally it's probably close to 10. Out wide again goes Cirilla, and it's going to allow Noah Eder to come through, and so there is going to be the position switch here onto the outside, and Sherritt Esports is going to drop back down into 9th spot. But yeah, normally you're probably aiming for 1 lap in the race equates to about between 5 and 10 laps of practice. Drivers do put in 100 laps of practice, and it is the most soul-crushing thing, and it's why I've seen a few sim racing championships these days where they we had this with the iRacing Formula 4 Global Esports Championship, where they announced the circuits the day of. I think this is a big thing that obviously can't do it here, obviously. But announcing the circuits the day of, I think, is a big thing for me in high-level esports competition, because you're seeing the drivers learn, then qualify, then throw it around. They're making mistakes. They're being forced to be better than just practicing time and time again.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, because when that practice time is open, it becomes a real grind, doesn't it? So, but like you say here, this is a circuit that there's no substitute for overall lifetime mileage.
Right
here, I would say, I think rather than the cram 3-4 days of practice before an event, this is where there is no shortcut to the actual lifetime mileage that you have around here.
100%, and that's why a circuit like this, when you have like the top tier level drivers of sim racing, when they're so well versed at this circuit in this car, do you know what, that difference of practice time actually probably doesn't make as much of a difference as we sometimes give it credit for, because they're all so well versed around here. They've done so many laps around the circuit before that even if they jumped in last minute, they'd probably find their way to the same kind of speed during the race anyway. It's the consistency of that time is dealt with. It's the running fuel numbers and such. That's where you gain that extra little bit from all of that practice.
Yeah, definitely. The gap is coming down at the front of the field. Falcon Sim Racing now just over 8.5 seconds ahead of BS Competition, their championship rivals. We're heading towards a pit cycle. There was a fairly short stint for HRT Esports by Coanda Ford. So although they were in the pit box for 34 seconds, interestingly, so they're up to something on strategy, trying to play a different tune to the rest. But it looks like Falcon and BS Competition are running on the same strategy now. They managed 8 laps previously on the first stint. Now, will they do the same on this one? They've done 6 laps so far, and on the 7th lap of their stint. So we'll keep a close watch on the entrance to pit lane. But here comes the big Mustang, Scherer Esport, moving to 8th position.
Yeah, indeed, working its way past, and we've seen the position switch between these two a couple of times, and a bit of contact as well, bit of brushing as well as they head through Antoine's Booker. Now a bit more of a hit as well, side by side towards Tiergarten. No lifting between the Merc or the Mustang. Mustang has to drop in behind. Scherer Esports settling for the spot. That was aggressive between the pair of them. Are any of them coming into pit lane? No, they're going to remain out on the circuit. I believe the man filter car has been in fairly, well, they've all been in fairly recently, haven't they? It's just that top 4, like you were alluding to, that are yet to stop through this for the second time during this race, and I think they are going to keep going. Very curious where the HRT Esports by Coanda cars can come, because they're definitely splitting the strategy a bit more evenly, as now the man filter car is also going to get through on the Scherer Esports car, side by side between the pair of them as they head their way through the arena. That man filter car might have to settle for position, and yes indeed, the Scherer Esports Mustang will hang on for now.
Oh, that was, a really aggressive fighting between the EWJ AMG and the Scherer Ford. And a little bit of a last day of school vibe about it here, isn't it? You know, there's probably some very aggressive fighting in places. And I always thought that last day of school, if it was somebody you really didn't like and they'd been annoying you all term, you could go up and biff them in the nose. And then it was last day of school, didn't matter. And it was usually it all blown over by the time you came back from the holidays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, that's just...
Don't do it, kids.
No, don't do it. Into the pit lane comes those 2 EMM cars as they come in from the race lead of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. Nordschleifer also dragging into the background one of the Coandas and the Frozen Speed Grid and Go, who are obviously not separated by too much. I am trying to find an answer as to the difference on points, as to where that is on the license points from the BS competition, and of course our at the moment champion-elect Falcon Sim Racing, but hold fire, I'm not 100% sure as to which way around it is.
Yeah, so tight, isn't it? I mean, for all that racing, all those laps over 4 rounds to come down to how many penalty points you have on your license shows you that running clean definitely has its benefit, but that's difficult to do in such a fiercely competitive environment. EMM and several of the Porsche Endurance Trophy Nürburgring drivers coming in, the Frozen Speed cars coming in as well, so all of the front runners there, all 6 of them in and going for tyres as well as fuel. The 2 EMM cars almost overlapping one another. They're in such sync that they are just starting to assert their dominance over the field. They've done so all season. They've been looking under threat early on, and they were looking under threat earlier in the race, but they're just starting to grab that momentum back into their favour. Meanwhile, the battle for the SP9 Championship is playing out on circuit right now between Falcon number 44 and BS Competition number 1. There's 9.5 seconds between them. The gap now staying fairly steady. BS Competition, again, with that fastest lap, very, very important. That bonus point draws them level with the Falcon Sim Racing team. And it all comes down, if they finished exactly as they were, it would all come down to the penalty points. But if BS Competition, of course, can catch them up and pass, then it would go their favour. So tight here in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series.
And let me tell you something. I've just had a little look. I found it, and I have understood the sheet. I was struggling to understand it. Cheers to Ricardo Hudman for explaining it to me, because I was looking at it thinking, what am I looking at here? I have an answer. BS competition do need to pass Falcon Sim Racing. It is a requirement. They have 3 license points, penalty points that came from the opening round of the championship. They also have, I think, a warning or however that works for the telemetry we'd alluded to earlier on, where a couple of teams, 3 teams had to start for pit lane for breaching that twice. For BS competition, they have 3 license points, so that is more than Falcon Sim Racing, because Falcon Sim Racing have 0 license points. So effectively, even if they finished level on points, even though BS competition would have more victories, because they would have won race 2 and race 3 if the helped racing team by Command, if they're able to steal away the victory, or keep the victory rather, and not have it stolen away by Falcon Sim Racing. Falcon Sim Racing would have just 1 victory, but the first tie break is license points, so Falcon Sim Racing would be the champions.
Well. So it's got to be one on track then by BS competition. They've got 9.8 seconds of a gap to roll down in, what have we got, 1 hour and 9 minutes. Not very much at all. And strategy-wise, of course, they've been identical so far. So is there any kind of tune that they can play? Probably not. So they come to work well, unless, as they will, of course, need to have a little splash at the end. Yes, they will. But can they go an extra lap? Falcon have done 6 laps on their side. No, they haven't. They're coming to pit. So here we go, Lewis. If BS competition can they can get an extra lap of fuel in this stint. If they can get an extra lap in their stint, no, they can't. They've come in as well. So again, no strategical difference. So they have to run that time down all on track.
They've got to hope that there's a shorter pit stop, or just some better speed out there for BS competition at number 1 car, if they're going to grab the points lead back from Falcon Sim Racing. Still 68 minutes left to go of this race. There is plenty of time. A stint, there's another pit entry that's going to be required for BS competition and Falcon Sim Racing, along with the HRT Sports by Commander. They're all going to have to come into the pit lane at least once more this afternoon before reaching that checkered flag. I do believe that Lewis Woods and Felix Quirback are remaining behind the wheel, as Louis Balicki is going to take over the race lead for HRT Sports by Commander.
So Falcon, out they go. Lewis Woods going to take the car to the finish. If they had gone an extra lap, I don't think it would have saved them a stop anyway. No. But interestingly, that they managed it in the first stint, but not the second stint. They've both been pushing.
Whoa!
Away.
The Manfilter car and Share Esports come to blows going through the Klein Carousel. And Share Esports sent around. We'll catch a replay, I'm sure, as to what happened between those two. But a little bit of fisticuffs and a quick bodge between the pair of them. Back to your point there, Peter.
I've lost it now.
Yeah, same. Well, we'll just watch these two go up the hill, shall we? They're not going to change position even into Bravery Corner. It's been a perfect race, isn't it, so far for the EMM team. It's been a perfect championship for the 905, and they've got 6 or 7 minutes just to cruise round and enjoy it, basically. Drink it in.
Drink it in, enjoy it, and no mistakes. Finish off in the best possible way with 1 hour and 6 minutes on the clock. It's been total dominance from EMM Esports in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy. This is what happened at the Kleine Carousel. Oh, the Ford gets in the back of the AMG on its own.
Yep. I thought it might have been the Manfilter car tapping the rear end of it. I was completely wrong. Noah Edder just got driven into a little bit there from the Share Esports car. Easily done, but that amount of weight being pushed onto the nose of the car obviously unsettles the rear and spins it around. So an unfortunate moment there for Share Esports, but they pay the price of their own mistake at least.
True. Yes, true. Did hold up the chasing car, the Manfield car a little bit, but no harm, no foul for them. It's been a pretty high rate of attrition, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it has. There's been a lot of... I mean, this last race of the season, they're throwing it around as hard as they can, and that's why race control sometimes has been a little bit busier. Norby Kish, by the way, has just received he did it recently, and I think he's already served it, a drive-through penalty, contact between themselves and the Smillet Esports Pro car. That was obviously for the run down into Callanhard from memory. You said it was a slam dunk. You were absolutely right. It was a slam dunk from race control. That drive-through came out pretty quickly after that incident happened. Other things that are under investigation, Nürburgring Esports and Marla having a little bit of an investigation between the pair of them, along with the Smillet Esports Green and Sim RC. Things are definitely not done in this race, and there is still plenty that can happen. I mean, every time they go through traffic, it's a risk, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, that's the thing, is you just don't know. You don't know sometimes what car's going to do ahead of you, and it just takes one tiny honest mistake from another car, and it can ruin your race. And that's always what's so nerve-wracking, particularly in multi-class racing and endurance racing, that you can be tripped up at any moment. You have to maintain that focus and manage the risk level as well. You know, really don't. If there's not a reason to be pushing absolutely 100%, drive with a bit of a margin if you can, and just assess that risk as you're going along.
And it is one of the big, obviously, that risk comes from whether you're setting it down the inside, getting involved in an incident, sent out into a barrier, or whether you're maybe navigating lap traffic. And remember, it is the top category, or the higher category between the two, that is the one that's kind of in charge when they're going through the lap traffic. If they're the ones that make the mistake, they're the ones that's going to get the penalty. And at this point in the race, at this point in the season, you can't afford to be picking up penalties. We've got just over an hour left to go in the Bilstein 3-hour season finale here, and we've got plenty of battles up and down the order. It's a 6.5 second lead at present for the HOT Esports Bike Commander over Falcon Sim Racing, but Falcon Sim Racing at present will be potentially winning this championship. As things stand, the gap for the championship lead is 0 points, and on the first tie break, Falcon Sim Racing will take the SP9 crown. But what more stories have we got to tell over the final 63 minutes? There's more pit stops afoot, there's more drama afoot as well. We're going to have a quick breather, and when we're back, we'll take you through the final hour of the Bilstein 3-hour.
Jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
The final moments are ahead of us, and we are strapped in and ready to go. Who is going to be taking victory in this final race of the season? I've got some thoughts on that one, Peter, because I don't think it's as settled as HRT Esports by Coanda are thinking at the moment at the top of that category. I think they've got a longer stop in. I think Falcon Sim Racing might not even be finishing this championship level on points. I think they might even be able to steal away the victory. We've only got an hour to go, though.
Only an hour left in what has been a superb season through all the classes, and isn't it wonderful that it's coming down to a fight between the top SP9 cars? I mean, that's what gets the juices flowing for us in the commentary position. For fans as well, they want to see the best drivers and the best cars going for the championship, and that's exactly how it's playing out at the moment. It's a little bit of a back and forth right now with the strategy, etc., further down the field. But it's got the gap has come down a little after that last pit stop. 8.5 seconds now is the gap between Falcon and BS Competition. But you have to think, Lewis, that they need to start cutting into that gap quick. With just an hour to go, they've got to start putting the pressure on Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, you can't like let them run away with it. But I'm going to say it now. Even if they'd fall short of the championship, I think this has been a very impressive drive from BS Competition. I did say it going into this race that, typically speaking, qualifying so important around here. We don't see race winners from really in the mid-pack, from further down than those front real couple of rows, because track position is really important in the opening stage. The fact that without a qualifying lap on the board, they had to start this race from 16th position. BS Competition have worked their way through onto the podium. They're only 15.5 seconds off the race lead. They've been closing that gap down to our race leader, Louis Balicki, and the HRT Esports Bike team. They've been closing the gap down to Falcon Sim Racing as well. They have been very impressive through this race. They may come up short, but they also might not as well. There is not long left, but they are going in an upward trajectory on that fight. So we'll have to wait and see. We're riding on board, though, a little bit further down in the SP10 category. It's TSR Racing and Johannes Churper, who we're on board with. He's got a bit of pressure from the iRacing GTU car, and the SSC Commerce Esport car that started from the pit lane as well is in tow.
Good fight back from being in the starting in the pits and watching the rest of the field carving through past the pits, and then you get going and you got to put that fight back in. But the last 2 hours they've put the work in to catch up. Has been a fairly, I mean, SP10 has been totally dominated by the BMWs. The Mercs and the Aston Martins just haven't been able to run the same pace at all.
No, they've not been able to find that quite as much, but that's sometimes how these categories go. Obviously, the ebb and flow, the balance of performance and whatnot, the whole different car categories. I mean, it's one of those ones, right? If you're in a Merc and then you see an Aston Martin, or the other way around, or however it is, BMWs and whatnot, like I said, the BMWs have been the ones that are mostly in control in the SP10s. When it comes to race victories in the SP9s, it has lent its way towards BMWs with a slightly longer fuel mileage than the Mustang, but the Mustang seemed like it's the fast one. That's the nature of this style of racing, though, isn't it? I kind of think that you have to accept what you're driving, and complaining about the BOP is always one of those ones that I've always thought is like a bit of an odd discussion, because it's kind of like, yeah, but you know what it was going into the season, right? And that's why I've always had it in sim racing. I understand why in certain things it does change, and especially in motorsport it changes all the time. I think in sim racing, I think BOP should be locked as soon as your entries have been locked in. As soon as that's locked in, BOP's locked in. And the reason why is then everyone knows what car they're signing up for. Everyone knows what car they're driving, and no one can sit there and be like, oh yeah, but their car's faster. It's like, well, at the start of the season you could have taken it. That's it. End of discussion.
Yeah, very good point. Very, very good point. Yeah, and it comes down to who's going to put in who's going to put in the effort to find out which is the best car. And sometimes it's not a straightforward decision, because it's different cars can have different they can have different attributes.
Absolutely. And those attributes, especially in this sense, those attributes will work for one driver and not another. I know that in the GT3s, for example, the SP9s, I know if you stick me in a Merc, and I've not actually driven the Ford, but I would assume it's probably pretty similar for the Ford and the Aston. But if you stick me in one of those, I'm okay, right? Whereas you might sit there and think, no, I need a Porsche for me. I need to drive a Porsche. If I don't drive the Porsche, like the way it slides around the rear is much more in your camp. Whoa, that was a bit awkward for the 171. Keep your foot in, and it's going to spin it around. The TSR Racing car, if you're a strap up, has been sent round by the iRacing GTU car. I hope no one else is on its way, because this all seems very awkward, and they're all sat on the apex of a race circuit. What's happening, boys?
and that is what you don't want to see if you're trying to fight for a championship or you're in the running for a win. That is not what you want to see as you come around the corner, and sometimes it's going to be too late. So that is a great example of what can go wrong, totally out of your control. So I wonder if that will be looked at. There's interestingly the Smilia Esports Red BMW M2 has reported HRT Esports by Coanda by what they say is avoidable contact. Now that could blow everything open again.
It could certainly change the prospects of this race, and like I say, if HRT Esports I think if they get another penalty, I think they will absolutely not win this race, and that's even if it's a 5-second time penalty, because I think Falcon Sim Racing, they've had I think with HRT Esports, because that car's drinking a little bit more fuel, they're splitting this race. They came in with 90 minutes left to go. I don't think they're going to be having a short splash and dash, which I do think Falcon Sim Racing and BS Competition will be having a shorter splash later on in the race, where I think the advantage goes the way of Falcon Sim Racing. Even without a penalty, I actually don't necessarily think that HT Esports by Coanda is going to win this race right now. I'm not fully convinced by them.
Yeah, well, it's Felix Kernbach is on the move for BS Competition. He's trimmed the gap down a little, down to just over 7 seconds now to Falcon. So it was 8.5 about 6 or 7 minutes ago. So he's just trimming it away. But is that quick enough to run the gap down? I'm not sure if it is. And this lap, he's about a second and a bit quicker. So yeah, it's tight. It's tight. I'm sure the fingernails are being chewed both in Falcon and BS Competition, because neither are in a comfortable spot.
No, absolutely not. And for BS Competition, just a reminder, even though they have the fastest lap in the SP9 category, and that is Holder, the only ones to set a 7:49, they have a 49.995, which is about a second faster than the best lap the Falcon Sim Racing cars put in, and not far off that from the rest of the field as well. The problem is that fast lap, that bonus point for the fast lap, will only put them level on points with Falcon Sim Racing, who will win the tie-break of least penalty points. So right now, BS Competition, they do need a bit of a miracle, but they are doing all that they can to close in on the Falcon Sim Racing car, because again, they must finish ahead of the 44. At this rate, Peter, I would not rule out the chance of this coming down to a last lap run on the Duttinger Hoa between BS Competition and Falcon Sim Racing. It's not there yet, the gap's not coming down by enough, but it's not a million miles away either.
No, I think you're right. It could come down to a real last minute battle. They're getting close. Kernbach now, it's only 6.5 seconds behind Falcon. So it is game on here. There's absolutely love it.
It is so much fun seeing these cars dance around the circuit. It's obviously an enjoyable experience for us as spectators, less enjoyable sometimes for them as drivers when they're dealing with this kind of pressure. Christian Schaff behind the wheel of the Nürburgring Esports car to ahead of SimRC. Marvin Strel will be using that slipstream and the mighty Mustang to close in. V8 versus V8, slightly different though between the pair of them. That gap is closing in. SimRC, that's been off the road and Ardenau forced earlier on in the race, is potentially going to steal away a top 5 position from the Nürburgring Esports Aston Martin. We'll look to the inside by the time they get down on the brakes. It's Tiergarten side by side between them. We'll see the Mustang lift out. I've got your favourite corner on this circuit, Peter, and we both agreed on that. What about least favourite?
Least favourite corners
on this circuit? Least favourite corners on this circuit. Least favourite circuit. I mean, I've got a list.
Go on.
Least favourite circuit at the moment, probably Miami is up there. I hate the track so much. Shanghai, never enjoyed it, as these two will continue side by side, and it now will go the way of SimRC. and they will indeed clear their way past the Nürburgring esports car there as they go through the Mercedes arena section. Circuit-wise, like I say, I really don't like. I've never liked Shanghai. I think Miami is horrendous. Outside of that, I'm pretty ambivalent to most of them. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Most of them are fine. My least favorite corner on this circuit, though, is Galgenkopf. And that is mostly because in all of my years lapping the circuit, I don't think I've ever found the right line for it. It is such an awkward turn, which you have to nail because the run of the Dittlinger is so long.
I quite like it. I quite like Galgenkopf.
Never found it.
Yeah.
Never found it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I find the first bit of the Grand Prix track tricky. I don't really like that bit. I find that bit quirky. Speaking of quirky Quirnbach is he's trying. He's getting closer to that 6-second mark, trying to chase down Falcon for that championship victory, and they need to pass on track. But what is happening further ahead?
Felix Quirnbach has just set the fastest lap as well.
Well, so that they need that as well, don't they? 49.9. It was a great lap. Yeah, under 6 seconds now. So he is on the charge.
Absolutely. Sorry, you mentioned the Grand Prix loop. Actually, this reminded me of my definitely least favourite corner on this circuit, and it's not actually on this circuit. It's on the layout where, instead of doing the Mercedes arena section, you go down into turn 1, you go right and then go left, like almost immediately. When obviously, things hate that corner. I would say that turn 2, when it is in that layout, I would say that is not only the worst corner on this track. I think it's one of the worst corners in motorsport. I absolutely hate it. You could have the most rear-happy car on planet Earth. It will still understeer in that corner. It is a joke.
We're digging in deep here.
Yeah, sorry, I just get really passionate about it.
Yes. So the HRT Sports by Coanda Ford that team can breathe a sigh of relief because they've been given a warning for that light contact with the Smilla Esports red BMW M2. So they survive for now, but they only lead the race by 6.5 seconds, and we believe they have a bit of a fuel deficit to overcome.
Yeah, I think there will be a longer stop heading the way of HT Esports by Coanda. You're absolutely right to point out Felix Quirnbach, previous lap, he has been closing in. Like I say, he was closing in by 2 or 3 seconds, and in the opening sector of this lap, he's closed in by another 0.8 of a second. Side by side here between Sherritt Esports and German Sim Racing down towards our favourite corner of the circuit. Will they get through it side by side? Going through Schadenkreuz, they do. Arenberg. They're going to go back to single file. The up and under potentially coming here from the German Sim Racing Aston, but it doesn't. Brilliant racing between the two. The sheer amount of respect and bravery to go through Schadenkreuz side by side is ridiculous.
Normally doesn't end well, usually. We saw in the Nürburgring 24 last year in the practice leading up to the race, Lawrence Vantor have a huge accident there. Lost it coming around Schadenkreuz and then hard into the barriers at Arenberg. It was a big hit. It was good to see Lawrence get away with that one because it was really, really big hit. The car was completely destroyed and they didn't end up taking the start of the race. So yeah, if you go side by side round there, you're brave.
What year was the hailstorm? Well, yeah, or was it hailstorm? Was it when it rained or whatever? It was going down to Schadenkreuz. Obviously, everyone went off at Arenberg because it rained really heavily, very quickly.
I think that was 21.
Was it?
I think so.
Definitely a few years ago now, but that was a whopper of a crash, and just cars just kept getting added to it.
I think that was 21.
Yeah, I mean it's a scary part of the track, even in the dry. So yeah, in that sense, very, very scary. And like I say, to go side by side through it, you've got to be a braver driver than me. I definitely have never. I don't think I've ever gone side by side through there.
Not successfully, anyway.
No, as you know, you can try something. You can try the 3 wide wherever you want in the circuit. The circuit's wide enough for it. It won't work, but you can try it. As Sim RC dropped down into the carousel. They've got the Nürburgring Esports car still sat on the rear end, Konstantin Schaaf right there. They are way ahead of Noah Edder, who's in 7th position. So it is just these two fighting over 5th position at present with 45 minutes left to go in this race. We do have another pit stop to see these drivers venture their way into pit lane to make sure they've got the fuel mileage to see them to the checkered flag. But which way they'll come out, I mean, between that SimRC and Nürburgring Esports fight, the SimRC car has pitted 1 lap earlier than Nürburgring Esports, so we do expect them in maybe a lap earlier, but certainly for a slightly longer stop. Wolf Motorsport there slamming the curb coming out of Calenard.
You've got to be careful there with those curves. You catch them just to hit them at the wrong angle, then you can be off into the barrier very easily, but no harm, no foul. A little bit of a wiggle on power there coming out of Siphon down the hill towards the Adenauer Bridge and then up towards Exmouth. I like this section a lot.
It's a tricky part, isn't it?
Yes.
This generally is where my memory as to where I'm going starts to fail a little bit. It's around here where I start going, wait, which way does this track go from this point on? You know, the first bit I've got to a T. The rest of it I do forget a little bit, only because obviously I've done the first bit so many times and you crash. That's knowledge. You gain a little bit more each lap you try and do. You get a little bit further around. Venari going to the outside here of Wolf. They're going to go side by side all the way up the hill. This is going to take us all the way up to Bravery Corner. I mean, potentially, it doesn't seem as though anyone's got a major advantage when it comes to speed.
No, it doesn't seem like it as they come down towards, coming up the hill now. Kesselchen side by side, nearly tip-tapping mirrors as they go up towards Moot Curve. Now, can you go side by side in an M2 car going through Moot Curve as they head up towards it? No. Oh, someone's got to back out. Yes.
Oh my goodness, that was brilliantly read for the Venari car, I'm not going to lie. I'm forward to see the Wolf machine into the barrier, and Merlin Mark Wolf will probably be a little bit frustrated by that, but Anschlag played that brilliantly with the up and under.
Superb stuff. They're battling away. Love the headgear.
It does feel like a Call of Duty camo that you'd stick onto a gun right there with that kind of headgear. I respect it. I like it. Also, you could use that material on a golf shirt. So obviously, well involved. Are you quite a colourful golf shirt kind of guy? Just out of curiosity.
As long as the colour is blue.
Oh really?
Yeah. Just all my golf stuff is blue.
Do you know what? That's fair.
Different shades of it.
That is fair. I do read, but I've got a very multicoloured top. I'll show you a photograph tomorrow when I'm back out on the course. It's a very colourful top. The one that I can't wear is red. I think anyone looks like an idiot on a course if they're wearing red, because there's only one tiger.
Yeah, very true.
Pros Speed Grid and Go don't care about Tiger Woods or golf. They care about grabbing the podium, and they are keeping Coanda at bay, but not by much. Elliot Veyron is right on to the rear end as the Pro Speed Grid and Go car goes out a little bit wide. This could allow Veyron to sneak his way through. Been recently driving an IndyCar in the IndyCar Esports Championship that's just wrapped up on Thursday night or Friday morning here in Europe, and that position switch does not go. Very different kind of car though in an IndyCar. Clearly shows the multi-talent that these drivers all have to be in sim racing these days.
They do, and now we problem for the race leader, problem for HRT Esports by Coanda. Their Ford, they have dropped down to third.
Oh yeah,
and it's not because of pitting. So something has happened they're not showing us in the pits anyway, but there has been a change round.
Definitely something has gone wrong here for the HT Esports by Coanda, because if he had pitted, they were only like 5 seconds off, 5 6 seconds ahead of Lewis Woods. There has definitely been a problem there for our race leading car.
Oh dear. So what has happened then? Yeah, because let's have a look to see what's gone on. Now he's already fallen back here by a long way. Is he short on fuel?
No,
Surely not, because something's already happened for him to be quite a long way behind Lewis Woods. He was leading the race, and then it's the pass for second. So what has happened to Luis Beliki?
Yeah.
Very weird.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't it. There has been more to the story. That was just how BS Competition were able to find their way through into second spot. And with that, this has 100% become a must-win race for BS Competition. Can they go 3 in a row to take the crown? 5 seconds separates themselves and Lewis Woods in that Falcon Sim Racing car as they navigate the Falcon Sim Racing BMW M4 in the SP10 category that currently sits second spot in that, but it is the race lead in the SP9s. I mean, yeah, this is going to build to quite the crescendo with 40 minutes left to go.
Just a few minutes ago, a protest came in from HRT Esports by Coanda for an incident causing a collision with the Williams F1 Team Gaming SP10 car. So it's not normally, it's the slower class car protesting the faster cars coming through. It's not, it's the other way around. So has there been an incident? You would think obviously there has been, between HRT Ford and the Williams SP10 car.
100%. Hopefully we'll be able to spool that one back for you and be able to show what's happened to our race leaders and what's put them in this position. Wow, the frozen speed car nearly into the rear end of Coanda in the braking zone. Heading down into the opening corner of another lap. Meanwhile, Smiller Esports and the NG Core Car are pretty much locked in position in 17th and 18th position. These are the last of the runners, and awkwardly for them, those two cars directly ahead, that Frozen Speed and Commander car, those two SP9 cars are battling these two for position. That is actually for position on circuit. There's been some issues for NG Core and for Smiller Esports, and they will have to fight their way through on the Cup category. And as we were mentioning time and time again on this broadcast, that is not easy. That is a very difficult feat to do, because these Porsche Cup cars are faster in a straight line. So the bit where the SP10 cars, SP9 cars find their advantage is through the twisty stuff, which around here is not wide.
No, it isn't. And when your race is pretty much done as well, 17th and 18th in class for NG Core and Smiller Esports, you don't really want to be the one getting involved with a podium fight in a different class, so you have to be patient to make the way around. So at the front of the field then, it's a straight fight between Falcon and BS Competition for the win and for the championship. 5.5 seconds between them. Felix Kernbach, sector by sector, is just peeling time out of Falcon Sim Racing and Lewis Woods. Confirming how much time HRT Esports lost. They lost 10 seconds in the first sector. And I wonder if they've got damage because they haven't been able to get back onto pace in Sector 2 either. So this is, a big problem for HRT Esports. I mean, a story really of what could have been for them in this championship. They've been in the race-winning pace position several times, and it just hasn't gone their way at all.
Yeah, pace has definitely not been a problem for the HRT Esports by Commander squad. I mean, they've racked up a couple of podiums in the last 2 races, but that victory still eludes them, and it does seem as though it is going to elude them all the way through the running of this season of DNLS. Frozen Speed still on the rear end of Elliot Veyron, even after some close calls there in the opening sector and down into turn 1, but there's not much separating them now, which is exactly what we want to see. They are currently, though, 8 seconds off the race leaders, Julian Reimer and Jerome Fisher, who are well in control of this afternoon's action in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. It does seem like, obviously, the 905 is winning this championship. That was basically settled before even a lap of this race was turned. It was done after qualifying. But regardless, to have that and still be able to pull out drives like this is just very, very impressive, and it shows their control in this vehicle, which is a good one to be good at in sim racing, because it's one that's used quite a lot.
It is, yeah, it is. That's for certain. Gaps coming down a little. Yes, it's little bit back into the favour of Falcon in the previous sectors, just sort of hovering around 5 seconds, 35 minutes to go. Can BS Competition close that gap down and win this race? And it can close the gap down, but then of course you've got the overtake to make as well. HRT Sports by Coanda Ford are in for their final stop. But I just don't think, Lewis, there's going to be a big difference in strategy between the Falcon and BS Competition in terms of, I don't see one having an advantage over the other, because they've been identical on planned strategy all the way through the race.
Yeah, I think they're going to be doing the same thing. They're going to be stationary for basically the same time. The thing that will make the difference on the pit lane is how brave you are on pit entry, and BS Competition have to be quite brave. There is the HRT by Coanda out of the pit lane, immediately behind Marvin Strell and SimRC, but just ahead of the Nürburgring esports car of Konstantin Scharf. So they will be now seeing out the end of the race on this stint, probably a fresh set of tyres. Ignore. Don't worry too much that the stop time is 29.6. They'd already met their required length of pit stops in the opening 2 stops of their race. So the final one doesn't have to meet that 30-second regulated time period. It's only 2 of those stops where they're mandated to hit that. They are the first team, though, at the top to take that 3rd stop. We are expecting Falcon Sim Racing and BS Competition to also venture their way back onto pit lane. But so when they do, it'll probably be a shorter stop than what we've seen here from the mighty Mustang, as they're even going to lose out to Konstantin Scharf and the Nürburgring esports team. Big shame there for Louis Balicki, but I think their chances of winning this race have all but finished.
Yeah, I think so. It would take something pretty dramatic to happen ahead. For them to get the win. Yeah, a story really of what could have been for the Coanda crew into the 5th lap of the stint for Falcon and BS Competition cars. They're only going to need a very small splash and dash in their final pit stop. Very small.
Yeah, like you say, they're going to need to add like a couple of laps, which is where they were always pulling a bit of the advantage out on the HRT by Coanda. That's where they were going to sneak that one back through. I think that the HRT Esports by Coanda was almost in a position where they probably weren't going to win this race. That had already kind of been settled mostly on the strategy and where they'd gone. But with half an hour left to go in this race, we are seeing a position where Falcon Sim Racing are in position to take the crown away. Felix Quernbach is doing all he can for BS Competition to close his way in. 5 seconds separate the top 2 in a must-win scenario for BS Competition. The title race has only 30 minutes left to go. There's still a pit stop for the top 2. Falcon Sim Racing versus BS Competition. We'll be back in a moment to find out who's going to become our champion.
Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Time is officially ticking down. 31 minutes left to go of the final race of the season. The Bilstein 3-hour, the 4th race of 4 in Season 7 of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. It is Falcon Sim Racing and BS Competition, 1st and 2nd in the SP9 category, not only battling for the race, but battling for the title as well. The pace advantage was going the way of Felix Quernbach over the opening few laps of this stint. It is now teetering out and balancing out as Lewis Woods is finding form for the Falcon Sim Racing car. The team that opened the season with victory could be closing it as well, maybe sneaking the title. We've got EMM Esports that are in position to win the title as well, the 905. They are at the moment second in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, but with their position in the race, they've already won in the Porsche Cup even after qualifying. We're seeing the battle for third in that category between Coanda and the Frozen Speed Grid and Go. To update you on the title races in the other two categories, in the SP10s, Sim RC that lead the way, as long as they are able to see the checkered flag, almost regardless of where they are in the category, as long as they're somewhere in the top 5, they will take the title. The BS competition in the 284 car that's currently leading, that we've just seen on screen there in the BMW M2 Cup. They have also, same as we had with EMM in the Porsche Cup, have basically sealed the title. 3 victories and a pole position earlier on in the day means the title is theirs. They're just seeing it out, though, in the best possible way by trying to take the clean sweep all the way through this 4-round season. 30 minutes left to go. Myself, Lewis McGlade, Peter Mackay in the commentary booth, and we are ready to go. 4.8 seconds, though, separates those top 2, Peter, and I don't know which way this is going to go. They still have a pit stop to do between the pair of them, and it could go all up in the air in that.
Possibly. Yeah, I mean, last lap, when you consider how long this track is, 25 kilometres, they were separated by 22 thousandths of a second in the favour of Felix Kernbach chasing. So he did bring the gap down, but nowhere near the rate he needs to. The gap is at 4.6 seconds right now. The opening sector just a slither quicker for Kernbach, but then 0.4 of a second found in sector 2. But he needs to be finding he's going to need to find probably half a second per sector to try and really put the heat on Lewis Woods in that Falcon Sim Racing car, who you have to say is just keeping things at a strong pace. Okay, maybe not absolutely quite as sharp a pace as Kernbach chasing him is, but he's holding on very, very well and not making the mistakes, which is critical.
Yeah, but this, like I said earlier, and I'm going to keep saying it, even if they do come up short, I think this has been a champion's drive from BS competition. They have the number 1 on their car for a reason. They've won 2 races this season for a reason, and they are continuing to impress despite the issues of qualifying, starting down in 16th position. They've done a brilliant job working their way through. We're looking at the fight in the M2 category, as it will be the Nürburgring Esports car. Daniel Moose getting just ahead of Mark Wolf, who is driving the Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing car, and will indeed make his way through. There is your race leader at the moment in position to take the championship, but that gap continues to decrease, with a fastest lap of the race just being set from Felix Kernbach. I mean, I will say, Lewis Woods just stole it. He said a 49.5 and thought, cool, that was a really quick lap. Don't worry about it. Felix Kernbach then breaks into the 48, a 7:48.771. Incredibly impressive for BS competition. They're both seeming to rise to it, rise to the occasion, rise to what they're dealing with at the moment, and it's brilliant to see.
That's remarkable, absolutely remarkable from this pair. Both of them on proper personal best pace right the way through. 0.8 of a second in the favour of Kernbach, the chasing car at that time by. And that's what he's got to keep doing. If he can keep going at that sort of pace, then we would really have a race on. If he can pull 0.8 of a second per lap or a little bit more, it's game on. You know, we've probably got 4 laps to go.
Yes.
Or 4 including this one maybe.
Yes, I mean, the lap count on our live time, it does say 23, and I've been disagreeing with it all the way through this race, but I think it's right. As much as I've been disagreeing with it, I think it is correct. I think it's expected to be a 23-lap race, so it should be 4, including this one.
So it needs more than that then, needs more kind of second and a half per lap then, does Kernbach.
But you do have to remember, where's the best overtaking opportunity on this circuit? It's the final bit. So it's not kind of like we have at a lot of circuits where that start-finish straight on the last lap is where you kind of want to be making the moves. You have to close all the way up, basically at the end of the penultimate lap, right? So that you're there to make the move down to T1. Around here, because that final overtaking opportunity is going down the Digital Nürburgring, it kind of means that on that final lap you can go into that extra push mode and try and find whatever you can. That pressure will build on the shoulders of Lewis Woods. We suggested earlier that it might come down to that final run of the Dittinger, and that might well indeed be the case.
Yeah, could be waiting for that first sector time to come in on this lap. I mean, both in another universe on pace to the rest of the field on the previous lap. Is it going to be the same again this one as they both push for that championship? But throughout the field there's all sorts going on. The battle for 6th position really red hot right now in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Tim Matzke for Smirillis Racing in the yellow and blue number 910 car, trying to get a move done on Luca Neudeck as they come out through Klostertal. Likewise for 8th position, it's an all AMG fight for 8th place between the Manfilter by Windward Racing and the EWJ car.
Yeah, and at the moment for Kai Hoffman, Noah Edder, who's been behind the wheel for a little while, is not able to get to the rear end of the Manfilter car through this the run on the Grand Prix circuit, and so we'll have to head onto the Nordschleife behind that bright yellow distinctive Manfilter livery, and will remain right on the rear end, I am sure. The gap, at least not on live time, because we're not seeing it pop on just yet. They've not quite finished that first sector, but it does seem as though on that timing tower on the left-hand side, but they've gone through the likes of Ardenau Forster, I think it has grown ever so slightly between first and second.
Yes, I think it has. Yeah, well, it's just sort of staying fairly stagnant at the moment, 4.5 seconds or so. It's not coming down quick enough right now for BS competition. So, has it? Are they going to come up agonisingly short? Still plenty to go. Still a bit of traffic to negotiate. There's still plenty going on in the race control room as well. There's been a lot of penalties to hand out today. Lots of different incidents to look over. Now, there was no further action for the incident between the Coanda Ford and the Williams BMW, which of course cost the Coanda Ford the lead and around 10 seconds, and it's been deemed a racing incident by race control.
Yeah, which is obviously fairly fortuitous for the HRT, for Coanda and in that one, and Williams. But look, that is what it is. That's sometimes just how these events unfold, and like I said, for the HT Esports by Coanda for Louis Bilicki, I think the chances of them winning this race, I don't want to say it definitely wasn't, but realistically speaking, I think it would have been a tough task for them to win, knowing the pace of Falcon and BS competition, knowing that they've got a fuel advantage. I think that realistically the victory was probably going to slip through their fingers once more, I'm afraid.
Quite possibly. Yeah, Tim Yarshall, though, in the battle for SP10 for the win, the champion-elect SimRC just up ahead as they go up the Kesselchen. Yarshall trying to find a way through, but there is no way through right now on our SP10 leader SimRC. Through Moot Curve they go. Totally different type of corner that in an SP10 car, but you've just not got the aero of the SP9 machine. Very much more like a road car in terms of its, albeit a high-performance road car in its character.
Yeah, I think Falcon Sim Racing will be desperate to find their way into the race lead, mostly courtesy of, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that victory might actually, depending on where the fast lap is, might get them second in the championship ahead of the Williams F1 Team Gaming car. They currently sit second in the championship, third in the race. If they're able to get that victory, victories are so well rewarded in this championship. It's 15 points for a victory, it's 11 for second. So it's a 4-point switch. It's 8 finishing in third position. So, I mean, that's 7 points difference from first to third. And Falcon Sim Racing, who are currently 7 points behind Williams F1 Team Gaming, if they're able to get that victory, obviously they'll lock that up on level points. Like I said, it depends where the fastest lap is. So they'll be desperate to get ahead of SimRC in the SP10 category. SimRC, who don't need to win this race because they have 2 victories to their name. They are in position for the championship, whether they finish in first or second.
The last 20 minutes, who's going to be going into the off-season smiling and who's going to be thinking what could have been? Only just the thing is 20 minutes. It's only 3 laps, really. 2.5 laps of this NLS configuration circuit. Oh dear.
Oh, sorry, no, I was looking at my last time. I thought it was 1 second between first and second. It was because they're in pit lane. I was like, whoa. Okay, it's fine. Yes, so Falcon Sim Racing and BS Competition come into pit lane. Sorry for oohing over you there, Peter. I was genuinely terrified of the idea of them being 1 second apart. I thought we were about to have a right tussle.
Well, we might just do, because how much of a difference is there between them as they come out of the pit lane? Oh, we'll just have to wait for the timing to sort of correct itself a little bit. It's increasing at the moment. I think maybe BS Competition have gained a little bit. Yeah, they're at the pit stop. They were 1.1 seconds less at the pit stop.
And there's 3 laps left of this race. 20 minutes on the clock. 3 seconds separating Falcon Sim Racing and BS Competition. A race victory which would crown a champion. Oh, this is not done. Not even by not at all. And I will say, if BS Competition are able to do it from 16th position, no less, no qualifying time onto the board, driven through the field, I'd be honestly pretty speechless. And I think, as would the entire team behind the scenes, it's been such an impressive drive at the moment from Felix Quernbach in that BS Competition car.
It has, yeah. I mean, it's put quite an amount of excitement, isn't there? And the pressure is being applied a lot to the Falcon Sim Racing crew now, with 18 minutes to go. Oh, it's tight. It's far from over. I agree with you.
But this is where Lewis Woods will dig deep, will throw the car around, will try and find a route to victory where possible. And these are the best drivers in sim racing, and they know that all that will be going through their head at a time like this is, how much do you want to win this championship? How much does that title mean to you? And when you start thinking like that, suddenly you start pushing that little bit harder. You start finding that bit more behind the wheel of the car, maybe even more than you'd found in practice. These drivers rise their way to it more than anyone else really can. That's what makes them the best in sim racing. You're right, we can go around and practice time and time again. When it comes to that time in the race and you get that kind of pressure against your shoulders, it's very much make or break. With these drivers, they just seem to make it work every time.
They do. It's remarkable. It's remarkable considering how much else there is that, around in sim racing, where you've got to be adaptable, you've got to be able to jump from car to car. Now the gap is sort of sitting steady-ish at the moment, 3.5 seconds or so between Falcon and BS Competition. But the thing is, if Quernbach can keep that rate of chasing, if he can keep that going, all of a sudden, if he gets to within 1.5 seconds or so, all of a sudden you then start to pick up little slithers of slipstream, which then make it even easier or less difficult to run the gap down.
Lewis Woods is not quite a 10k I-rated driver yet. He's about 9.5, 9.6k I-rated. I do know that Felix Quernbach is 10k I-rated, and the only reason I bring that up, I-rating doesn't. Once you get to a point of about like 8k and beyond, everyone's running basically the same speed. everyone that is capable of pretty much, within reason, the same kind of lap times, that iRacing doesn't really matter that much. The only reason I bring it up, would you like to take a guess at how many drivers have more than 10k iRacing? I'll let you think about that whilst we see this pass from Elliot Veyron. He'll be able to get past the Frozen Speed Grid and Go-Kart and up into third in category. Any guess as to how many drivers have 10k iRacing or more?
43.
43. See, now that's the kind of place that I would like to think that it would be. But I can tell you it's not. I can tell you it is way more than that. I remember checking it a year ago, and it was about 30. There is 105 drivers with 10k or more iRacing. That is mental, including a guy called David Adam, who I was commentating on a couple of weeks ago. I think he can never do a race again on iRacing because his iRacing is 10,000 on the dot. I wouldn't do another race. I'd be like, cool, that's me done. Don't worry about it. Peace.
I remember when it was the first guy to do it, 10k Beneke. Remember that?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I remember losing it as well and then gaining it back again. And it was Beneke for a long time who was the top driver. Now it's Aaron Vasquez who's on 13k. He's not going to drop below 10k for a while, is he?
No, I think he's fairly safe there.
They have to have some horrific races. But that's what, I mean, you were talking about driving Long Beach. That's where a track like that really comes into, isn't it? You're absolutely terrible for iRacing if you're not careful.
Can be. I found I've made some great gains there, probably because other people crash.
It was the TCRs, but it was just the RS3 in the TCRs. They went to Long Beach. And this is why my iRacing is so inflated compared to my ability level. Because TCRs went there, and it was before the TCR was like a series that actually quite a lot of decent people did. There were still some good people in it, but not ridiculously. And I did quite a lot of races in 2 days on the weekend, where clearly I had nothing better to do in my life. In 2 days, I got my iRacing from 1.8k to 3.1.
Wow.
That is quite the gain. And yes, it was a lot of racing. But again, just didn't crash. I think I lost iRacing in one race out of all the ones I did. Just because I didn't crash. And that is why you just got to keep it on the road.
God, you're good.
Thank you. Now ask me how many golf balls I lose on a golf round. But yes, back to the race.
2.8 seconds, the gap. So in Sector 1, come back in the BS competition, BMW brought the gap down by 0.3 of a second and then by another 4 and a bit tenths of a second in Sector 2. So when we come to the line, it will be 2 laps to go with 2.8 seconds between them. It's still possible. It's still very much on. Any slip at all from Lewis Woods and Kernbach will be all over him.
Yeah, and for anyone watching the iRacing Bathurst 12-hour at the weekend, last weekend, sorry for Commander, please close your ears because I know you don't want to hear this at all. Anyone watching it will know very much that everything can go up in smoke right at the last moment, and that is unfortunately what happened for Commander at the Bathurst 12-hour. They were leading pretty much 11 of the 12 hours. The final hour, there's a bit of a back marker issue. They got involved with it, and unfortunately, that cost them the race. Obviously, it was Glasgow Simrigs that were able to come through and steal the victory. And that, the recency of that, I'm sure a lot of these drivers will be well aware as that happened. It will be sat in their mind. Every time you go through traffic, yes, you might be leading by 2.7 seconds. Yes, you might have the championship currently on the line, but it's one of those ones that sits in your mind that if you make a mistake, this championship is gone. Someone else making a mistake may also cause that to happen. So you still have to be aware. You have to pay more attention now than you ever have in your sim racing career if you want to win this championship.
That you do. Just try and get through the next couple of laps clean. Try and push as hard as you can. And, well, that is exactly what Felix Kernbach is doing in the third sector of the previous lap. He got another 0.6 of a second, so the gap is hovering around 2.5 seconds now. Kernbach getting closer and closer all the time. I mean, this has been quite, as you said, Lewis, been quite a performance. We can't forget that BS competition started 16th and have made their way all the way through.
It's been such an incredibly impressive drive, and it is always proof of a championship when the top two are the ones that end, the top two in the championship are the ones that end up being the top two in the final race, the top two battling for the crown, the top two that are separating themselves from the rest of the field on not just consistency, not just lap time, not just strategy, but piecing all three of those things together perfectly in one beautiful bundle that we all look up to, and they're doing what they need to do right now. And I mean, I cannot imagine what the heart rate is between Lewis Woods and Felix Quernbach, but they are pushing some very solid triple digits, let me tell you.
Yes, they are. They are. He's sweaty at the moment in the cockpit. Meanwhile, EMM is having their own little team practice session here, just time trialing away. It's now at number 9:05 now of Julian Reimer, who moves up into the lead of the race. 9:14, Jerome Fischer drops in behind. They're 10 seconds up the road from the nearest competitor, which is Coanda Esports, but they're in a bit locked in a big battle with Frozen Speed to see who's going to get that last spot on the podium.
Yeah, the EMM, the thing is, they might want the EMM 914 car to be the one victorious here, because if they were to do so, I believe that the 914 will go to third in the championship. They won't quite take over the Commander 918, which sits third in the championship if that car is victorious. There won't be enough of a point swing there, but they will steal away third in the championship. So they could have two cars for EMM in the top three of the championship, whereas I believe if they finish this way round, the 914 in second spot, then it will remain fourth in the championship. Wouldn't be able to get ahead of Frozen Speed Grid Go, at least that's by my quick math. So there is maybe some incentive to having the 914 ahead, but then, you know, egos are around, and if I'm in that 905, isn't that a much prettier thing, seeing race victory for all three races and making it 4 on the bounce to clean sweep this trophy?
Maybe it is. Well, the ship has been steadied slightly by Lewis Woods at the front of the field. He had lost 1.3 seconds on the previous lap, but in the opening sector he's only 0.04 of a second slower than Quernbach, so that has kind of steadied the ship a little bit. We'll see when they come through the second sector of the lap to see where it is at the moment. The timing showing just 2.2 seconds between them, so Quernbach is getting agonizingly close to getting into that slipstream window. I mean, where do we think? Do you need to be 1.5 seconds? Do you start feeling an effect at 1.5 seconds, or do you need to be under 1 second, do you think?
I mean, you'll get the faint wisps of slipstream from about, like say, 1.5 to 2 seconds, but it's not really going to make that much of a difference. It's only when you get below that second margin, especially to about 0.7, there's definitely something happening there at the final corner. It's that 0.7 of a second that really that's when the slipstream really makes the difference. And 2 seconds, the most important thing, less so the slipstream, more so the visual target. You can see that car ahead, you can see what you're closed down, you know that car's getting bigger. That's what gives you that extra push.
I think so, yeah, I think there's a lot in that for sure. Well, the gap is just hot. It's hovering around 2 seconds at the moment, so Quernbach is just throwing everything at this right now to try and win this race and this championship. I mean, to do so, to win the last three, the last 3 races of the season, of a 4-race season, to win it, I mean, from what a story that would be, and to do it in this race from 16th on the grid. The gap's now down to 1.5. Oh, so Lewis Woods is now under the cosh big time. Quernbach is on the charge in the BS competition, the charging zebra.
Shout out to Florian Hasper, team manager of BS Competitions, just messaged me. He said, I cannot watch this, and I can understand why. I mean, it doesn't get better than this. The championship coming down to the wire, but for all those involved, you're watching through your fingers. You can't even almost be in the room of the broadcast, but you have to watch. You can't take your eyes off of it. And there'll be 1 lap left to go at the line, for Lewis Woods to try and keep Felix Quernbach at bay. That BS competition behind is getting bigger and bigger, as is the pressure onto Woods' shoulders. Quernbach navigates some of the lap traffic and loses a bit of time in doing so. But on the Duttinger Hoa, there is going to be some slipstream assistance this time by. And on the final lap, I'm sure there's going to be plenty. It is going to come down to that final run, I have no doubt.
You called it. Yeah, you called it, saying this lightly. That's what's going to happen. I mean, there's a little bit of traffic. Looks like Lewis Woods got caught in a bit of traffic, and then Quernbach as well. But it's still going to be, I would say, roughly in the favour of Quernbach after that little exchange. We'll see what the gap is when they come up to the line. They're in the latter part of the lap now. The gap's just gone back up to about 1.7 seconds. So Quernbach is really going to have to charge to try and get himself in a position where he can chase down Lewis Woods and try and get some sort of run coming out of Galgenkopf on that last lap, set it up, get the draft every last millimetre you can on the Dottinger Hoa, and then who comes out the other side of the Tiergarten.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some side-by-side, some brave pushes. They both won this championship. They both won the prizes that go with it. I'm concerned as to how that one's going to unfold, but I'm sure neither are going to give an inch going down into Tiergarten one final time. 5 minutes left to go on the clock as the timer is reaching its end game. The white flag will be prepared, and we'll be heading on to one final lap here in the Bilstein 3 hour. The crescendo of the season has been built, and we don't know which way it's going to go. Obviously, there are other battles on the field. Obviously, you've got Jerome Fisher and Julian Reimer in the EMM cars that are battling, sort of, for the race lead. I know they'll be making, realistically, probably going to be making sure the 914 is the one that's victorious, so they can take third in the championship, but a little bit of drama, why not? Outside of that, you've got Falcon Sim Racing and Sim RC battling for the race lead in the SP10 categories. We've set it out. We've got this fight here for third in the Cup category between Commander Esports and the Frozen Speed by Grid and Go. But the most important fight of them all, this one right here. Felix Quernbach, Lewis Woods going toe-to-toe for one 25-kilometre run around this Nürburgring circuit to see who is going to become champion. I mean, I'm sure all that personnel of each of those teams can barely watch, but my eyes are glued to the screen, Peter.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, me too. It's last lap by, after all those, that back and forth through the traffic, it was a second in the favour of Quernbach, and now only 1.6 seconds between them. So Quernbach definitely close enough to really put the heat on the Falcon Sim Racing BMW. Lewis Woods will be feeling the hot breath of a zebra charging up behind him. I mean, do zebras have hot breath? I suppose everybody has hot breath.
I'd be surprised if they didn't. It's certainly about as hot as it's going to get at the moment. Let's put it that way. And for Lewis Woods, he may have had some great laps in his time driving the circuit, but no lap around the circuit in the hands of Lewis Woods has to be better than this one here. Every decision has to be perfect. Every apex has to be hit. Every back marker has to get out of the way brilliantly. And the Nürburgring Esports car is right there ahead of the Falcon Sim Racing car, and it has slowed them down just a touch. Let's see what they're like when they come out of it. Just a bit of time being lost, half a second, closing in further. Now BS competition, and Felix Quernbach has to navigate the same back marker.
Oh, and gets through, I would say, less of an issue than the Falcon Sim Racing BMW Lewis Woods did. The gap sits at 1.4 seconds as they head up towards Flugplatz for the final time as the two EMM teammates. Are they running in flying formation? I don't know, but they're going to have to make a decision who they want to win this race. They've got that luxury.
I'm sure they'll be getting some nice photographs for the team. EMM have been victorious in a few different competitions throughout this year already, including winning the VCO Esports Racing League final in Maastricht, of course. A brilliant performance from the team. Will Chadwick's trying to guide them to a 1-3 in the championship at the moment. The title's already been gained by the 905, but a 1-2 in this race with the 914 ahead will all but guarantee the first and third in the championship, as this tight tussle We'll see a couple of different categories meeting here with the Porsche Cup and the SP10s, all trying to get their way through. Off the road goes the Aston, don't worry about that, don't mind me. The battle for third position continues to go in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring.
Kernbach lost a tenth of a second on that first sector to Lewis Woods in that battle for the overall win in the 992s. That's still a really good fight over third place between Elliot Veyron and the Frozen Speed by G&G car of Gunonso Tastelin. But at the front of the field, this is your battle for the win. This is your battle for the championship now. And there's a 992 there, a Commanda 992 in the mix at Galgenkopf down towards Versailles, and the BS competition car, Felix Kernbach, is held up. He's still held up. This is Christmas Day for Falcon Sim Racing.
Frustrating time for Felix Kernbach. There's already been a mistake in the hands of BS competition earlier on today when Seppinen, trying to work his way through the field, made contact with the Seibach Esports car. Thankfully, I'm assuming the deals were done behind the scenes and it wasn't taken to race control. Can ill afford to have that now. After the race, there is still a 15-minute window for these teams to submit protests, and if there is any drama like that, I'm sure it will go to a protest. Surely this BS competition car, the leader of the M2 championship, is not going to get in the way. They're battling for their own and obviously have already won the M2 Cup after qualifying.
Very sporting,
1.8
no
seconds.
funny business there. You worry there about there being funny business with the BS competition M2 car, but no, not at all. Allowed the Falcon car through like any other car. Very sporting.
Yeah, we are going to see this battle all the way to the end. This one here between these Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgrings, because obviously, realistically speaking, Falcon not too far behind these, so we will see basically their lap in its entirety. They'll be one of the last runners across the line. The 914 retakes over the race lead. The time is ticking down to 0, and as much as it is at 0 as they work their way back out on the start-finish straight, we'll have one final lap left to do. So out they go, and across the line, white flag in the air, and they will begin their final lap of the Nürburgring this season in the Bilstein 3-hour. What a drive it is at the moment from Falcon Sim Racing and BS competition. 1.6 seconds between the two of them. The gap's not quite close enough though for BS competition, is it?
Not quite, but the second sector, Kernbach was able to find 0.2 of a second, so over the whole lap it's only 1/10 of a second in favour of Kernbach. And now into S-Bach, just see ahead. There's the Falcon car. Is he close enough to get a run? Definitely not. He's going to have the sector of his life here, coming up towards Ice Curve and then through Flanskart. He's going to have to put it all on the line. And through the Belle of Esch, you're pretty flat through there, but is he close enough to get that draft? 1.3 seconds now, I don't know. Oh, this is so tight.
Round 3 of this season may not have been the most exciting round of this championship's great history. This round, though, is doing all the heavy lifting. It's been so exciting, basically from the start of the race all the way to right now. And with one final run down towards Tiergarten, we will have our decision as to who's going to be the champion. It's 1.2 seconds, Peter. Galgenkopf really the last major hurdle for these to overcome. It is advantage Falcon, but not by much.
Not by much at all. It's all about that exit out of Galgenkopf for Lewis Woods here, and he might be home and dry. 1.2 seconds, that's not enough to get much of a slipstream as well. It looks like it's going to be Falcon Sim Racing. Just got to get through the Tiergarten cleanly one more time, and they will be DNLS champions for 2025-2026.
It's been a great race for the Falcon Sim Racing team. It has been a great race for BS competition after the qualifying mishap that saw Falcon Sim Racing start from the front row of the grid, that saw BS competition start from 16th. It's a champion's drive from the BS competition outfit to see them rise to number 1 all the way up to 2nd position. But they are going to come up one short as Falcon Sim Racing will do as they end the season as they started. They started the season with a victory, they will end it with a victory, and with that they will have the DNLS crown. SP9 goes the way of Falcon Sim Racing after an epic drive from the pair of them. Absolute perfection for Falcon Sim Racing, BS competition and brilliant drive as well. Hats off to them, but one position short.
And it all came down to qualifying. They had the pace to win. Their fastest lap of the race was 0.8 quicker than Falcon's best. The race pace there was really good. It came down to that the one lap in qualifying, the difference between being champion and not.
They will at least walk away with some solid silverware. BS competition do win in the M2 CS Racing Cup. That's not only just this race, they've taken 4 victories in that, but they will also walk away with the title of that category as well. A brilliant drive from BS competition all season in that category. So first in that, second in the SP9s, and I'm sure the disappointment and heartbreak, you cannot fault them. They gave absolutely everything in the Bilstein 3 hour. They threw what they could at it, even with a bit of drama with this car right here, the Seaback Esports car that Dursus is driving at the moment. There was contact between them and BS competition earlier on. Thankfully, they didn't report them, actually. That's just, let's say it. We would have been robbed of that exciting finish would that have been the case, because it was a slam dunk penalty.
Yeah, it was. EMM, what can you say about them? They're on really a march now to the flag. So impressive. Looked like they were, they weren't breaking away early on in the race. They were threatened a lot by Coanda, by Frozen Speed, but their class has really emerged and shone through as the race has progressed.
Yeah, and as much as these two will probably switch around maybe a couple of times more for the show than anything else, keep that EMM branding on the screen. I'm sure that's a fair part of it, but also I do expect that this order will cross the line with the 914 car ahead of the 905. The 905 is set to become champions of the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. The 914 with a victory here would make all 4 victories of this season by EMM. Yes, 3 for the 905, 1 for the 914 if they are able to switch their way around, if they do end up doing that. But of course, for the 914 car, it would be 3rd in the championship, and some solid prizes that go with that. I think it would be a worthy switch around for the team to do. I'm sure that's something that's already been communicated probably a long time ago between the squad.
Oh, they've had that luxury, haven't they, to be able to do that, and yeah, they've earned that. But the battle over the podium position far more uncertain, because Frozen Speed, are they actually in the pound seat here? Are they in the right position to set themselves up for a draft going up the Dottinger hole and make a move into the Tiergarten? Quite possibly.
I think there certainly is an opportunity for them to get through. They've sat behind for long enough, and I know they've got the speed in that Frozen Speed grid and go-kart to work their way through. Some other slipstreams coming in. Sebac Esports trying to get past Scherer in their second car, and whilst all that's happening, we do have the Falcon Sim Racing car to come down into that final sector to win in the SP10s. It's been an excellent drive. Does mean that Falcon Sim Racing will win 2 of the races, 2 of the categories here in the season finale. As much as it won't be the title for Falcon Sim Racing, it might well see them move up to 2nd in the championship ahead of Williams F1 Team Gaming. I do believe it will. An excellent drive and an excellent victory. But behind that, in 2nd position, SimRC will come through the final corner, and they are going to win the SP10 category. They are the champions here in DNLS and SP10. An excellent drive from them. Williams F1 Team Gaming came into it 2nd in the title race. They will lose out that 2nd position to Falcon Sim Racing, but a great drive nonetheless. 3 different winners from the 4 races in this category. It's been one of the more hotly contested of our title races outside of SP9.
It has, yeah, really good stuff there from SimRC to be there at the end and close off that SP10 battle. Oh dear, Wolf Motorsport limping over the line.
Yeah, not the way you want to end the season. Thankfully, though, we are in the virtual world where the virtual mechanics can do work on the car, and no one else really has to stress going into the evening that they have to repair the vehicle after the final lap of the race. Here we go then. This will be the switch for the 914 to retake over the race lead. That'll be good enough for them to be third in the championship. But what an unbelievable performance it has been from EMM, who have been able to break the 6-car battle we had in the opening stint of the race. There was going left, right and centre. We had 2 Coanders in there. We had a Dur Esports car and we had the Frozen Speed Grid and Go. We look set to maybe take third in this race and still secure a solid position in the championship. For EMM though, the 905 will win the championship. The 914 will win the race. An excellent 1-2 for EMM Esports, who have dominated this category this season, and the 905 are your champions.
Total domination from that crew. Nobody could touch them all season long. 914 taking the flag, but running. I mean, that's a sign of a properly well-oiled sim racing team, isn't it? How they just were inseparable the whole way.
Absolutely perfect. Did see that Frozen Speed Grid and Go had stolen away third from Elliot Veyron in the Coanda Esports car, so they were able to grab that one across the line. We were kind of expecting that one to potentially head the way. Dur Esports, Greg Homerson, crossed the line. A well-deserved 5th place run. Same with the Smirless Racing car that did have to start a little bit further. I think it had some drama in the early parts of the race, and into 6th spot they go. And I do believe they are the highest placed AM category car in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring. Just got a final few cars to cross over the line before we'll give you the provisional race results in what has been an exciting race, Peter.
That it has, yes, it has indeed. I mean, that was really nerve-wracking, that last little bit with BS Competition chasing down Falcon Sim Racing all the way and just coming up agonisingly short, but an amazing effort nonetheless.
And, you know, obviously we've only jumped in for a couple of rounds this season. Every time we do jump into DNLS, it's always an exciting battle. A bit of, you know, the Nürburgring powerhouses that we see, the drivers that take on this circuit. They know exactly what they're doing. They show us all what we're expecting. We're expecting them to all do battle once again when the Nürburgring 24-hour, the official iRacing event, happens later on in the season. Here's your provisional race results, though, from the Bill Stein 3-hour. It's Falcon Sim Racing, Sindre Setsource and Lewis Woods who will take victory for the 2nd time this season and will take the SP9 crown. BS Competition went from 16th all the way up to 2nd in an expert drive. HRT Esports by Coanda, 3rd for them. Louis Balicki and Mitchell de Jong led an awful lot of laps today, but unfortunately the victory still eludes them despite that dominant pole position and dominant early part of the race. Marla Racing Team played their part earlier on in assistance of BS Competition, their sister team. They finished in 4th, with Nürburgring Esports, SimRC, Shezza Esports and the Man Filter team by Winward Racing will finish in 8th position. And again, that reminder that Falcon Sim Racing's number 44 will be entering the next season, 26-27, with the number 1 on their car. A brilliant drive to the title. They weren't able to set the fastest lap of the race. That bonus point will go the way of BS Competition's number 1, and with that, just close that points gap up for the race for the Championship League just by a little bit. It'll only be a couple of points between the two of them, but realistically, I mean, the talk was that it came down to those final couple of seconds.
Yeah, those just that. I mean, that all came really. It was the qualifying that was the big drag, wasn't it, for BS Competition? But what a fight they put in. I mean, it's come up agonisingly short, but really, really impressive to get it that close.
EWJ Baumachinen will finish in 9th position, just ahead of German simracing.de by ACV car that did spin round, if I remember correctly, on the opening part of this race. Sherritt Esports did not have a particularly great run throughout this race. Bit of drama for them. 11th on the road, just ahead of Stint 1 Motorsport DNLS. They had 2 stop-and-go penalties before the race had really even started. They still managed to finish in 12th position ahead of the 2nd Sherritt Esports car. Then it's Sebag Esports, Next Level Racing Esports and the Smilia Pro car that will finish down in 16th position. Those final runners in the SP9 category will be the Eiffel Kind esports car, the NG Core Racing, who were the first team to actually receive a penalty. They ended up having to do a 60-second stop and hold, finish in 18th position with just the single driver we can see. Lion GP, Fence.com, and the Nürburgring esports number 32. Will finish down in 20th position. I don't even believe they took to the race start, unfortunately for them. Obviously, we've still got other categories to go through, but with SP9 all wrapped up then, again, that championship will go the way of Falcon Sim Racing. Championship here, though, in the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring will go the way of the 905 EMM Esports car that finishes in second position. 10th of a second separates two of them across the line. That's mostly courtesy of photographs. It is an EMM 1-2. The 914 up there in the race victory. It's their first victory of the season, but a fourth consecutive victory for EMM as an outfit will promote the 914 up to third in the championship. Frozen Speed, Grid and Go, they end up finishing in third position, and we're able to just get ahead of Coanda Esports on the run to the line, with Dur Esports finishing in fifth. The lead of the AM category will be Smirless Racing. We saw them across the line with Tim Matska Racing. I think Nicholas Last, they did start from the rear of the field. They didn't set a time in qualifying, still managed to finish up in sixth position, and the lead of that AM category, Kalar, and the Sherritt Esports Cup car, the first of theirs, will finish in 8th position. The second will finish directly behind in 9th. Unfortunately, not a great race from the 917 Coanda Esports car, finishing a lap down overall, of course, that being on the SP9 leader. The Avia WNS Esport e-motorsport car will finish in 11th, with the Fositec by WMS, GHD Motorsports, and the H&L25 car rounding out the field. Remember that GHD did spin round on the opening lap. I think they managed to get back up to battling for about 6th position as well. So some good drives in all of that, Peter, and still a couple more categories left to go through.
Yeah, 992, brilliant to see the domination of EMM against. There was some really hot competition in that category, and particularly that first hour of the race, just absolutely superb action with those first 5 or 6 cars.
Is our penultimate category, the SP10s. Obviously, it was the Falcon Sim Racing SP10 Cup that was able to take victory, meaning that Falcon Sim Racing win 2 of the categories in this afternoon's proceedings, and of course become the 3rd different winner from 4 races in this category. Sim RC, they will take the title 10 seconds behind Falcon Sim Racing, but they did exactly what you were saying, Peter, before the broadcast. What they needed to do, keep it out of trouble, park the bus, do what you need to do, finish in 2nd position. Williams F1 Team Gaming will settle their way into 3rd position ahead of the 2 Lion GP cars, the 166 ahead of the 167. SSE Commerce Esport would have to start from the pit lane and were still able to work their way through into 6th ahead of the AC Oberhausen RR car and the Nürburgring Esports 187. Eiffel Racing GTU, saw them involved in a few bits of drama. They would end up finishing in 9th position, and what would end up being the last finisher across the line, TSR Racing, would end up crossing the line in 10th. We turn our attention to the M2 Cup, and of course it's BS competition. 4 from 4 for Ruben Bonga and for Niels Koch. A brilliant drive from them this race to seal the title even before a lap of the race had been turned. Sherritt Esports in 2nd position with the Smilia Esports Red. Venari, we saw embroiled in a great fight with that Smilia Esports car, and plenty of side-by-side, some very brave moments indeed. Nürburgring Esports 285 will finish in 5th with the Adopt Don't Shop. They end up in 6th position. NG Court and the Race Lounge number 288. They were backwards at turn number 1 and were still able to get through into 8th place. The final finishes in this category will be the Thomas Enger Sim Racing, Smilia Esports Green, and the Wolf Motorsport Sim Racing, who we saw having a bit of drama there on the run into the line. Did get told, by the way, they weren't the only ones that had a bit of drama into the line. The Coanda Esports 918 of Elliot Veyron also had a crash coming down into Tiergarten on that final time. So plenty of drama that even we didn't see. That's how it always goes in these seasons, isn't it, Peter? We always have that drama that's hovering around such a dramatic circuit.
Exactly, yeah. And when you've got so many cars out on the track as well, and how they all intertwine with one another, there's always plenty of stories to tell, even within just 3 hours of racing. Imagine what it's like for 24.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the 3 hours of racing here in the 3-hour Bilstein 3-hour race, the 12 hours of racing throughout the season, say double the entire season's length and then do it in one big race. It's always hugely dramatic. One that I hope one day I'll might even be able to say, maybe we're going to have to team up on that one, Peter.
Good idea.
Oh, I think it's a horrible idea. We'll both definitely crash. Or at least I will. The car will not come back in one piece, I'm sure. Well, it's been a fantastic race and a fantastic season. Of course, major thanks to everyone that's pieced together this broadcast, all of the drivers that has brought us this show, all the team personnel behind that have pushed their drivers to the very limit, to obviously the commentators that have come before us, Peter. I know you and O'Leary was supposed to be here for this race, but unfortunately is unwell, so hopefully he'll get better soon. From myself as we go, from Peter Mackay, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you to all of our champions in each of the categories. In the M2s, it is BS competition. In the SP10s, it's SimRC. In the Porsche Esports Endurance Trophy Nürburgring, it is EMM's 905. And after a great title fight for Falcon Sim Racing, they are the SP9 DNLS champions. We will see you again later in the year when we do this once more. I'm sure we'll be returning for Season 8 in the near future. Until then, though, thank you very much for joining us. Have a very warm goodbye.